Hello there, listener. This episode discusses the album Monarch of Monsters, which contains themes and subjects that listeners may find disturbing or triggering. Some of these themes include depression and other mental illnesses, violence, gore, self-harm, suicide, sex, and sexual assault. If you are sensitive to any of these subjects, please proceed with caution or avoid this episode altogether. Please take care of yourself in listening to this episode and at all times. And if you're sticking around, please enjoy, and don't worry about the fact that my voice is going to sound very different in a second. But we are now.
Oh, fuck. Hi.
Welcome. It's finally time. I've been wanting to do this for so long now. I even tried to do it before. I recorded like an hour and a half of audio a couple months ago, just yapping about this album, and then I scrapped it because it was kind of dog shit. But this is not going to be dog shit, and I know that because my friend Roux is here. And
Hi.
she's very smart, which will help counterbalance me being here.
You're also smart. Be nicer to
I
yourself.
sometimes.
This is a self-help podcast now.
I mean, it's like, I don't know. I go off about a lot of things, and a lot of the things on my mind are, mental health stuff. And so I'm sure there's been advice in there somewhere. But I'm also just going to say, like, hey, we're not mental health professionals. That being said, we are going to talk about an album that is, like, deeply entrenched in mental health and trauma and stuff like that. And we're going to fucking get into it. We're going to talk about all of it. But we're mainly going off of like personal experience, unless you have studied psychology in school and I didn't know about it.
I have not.
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
I guess the like. So I have an idea of how this can be structured, but like all of this is just kind of off the cuff. If we go off on some other bullshit, that's very normal.
Mm-hmm.
And we just go about this however feels comfortable. Like, this is supposed to be just kind of natural train of thought stuff. It doesn't need to be strictly structured or anything.
For sure.
But I
Mm-hmm.
figure that we can start by like, how did we come across this interesting little piece of art? What was our initial experience with it? And if you want to start, feel free.
Uh, well, you actually showed it to me initially. I was like vaguely
Me?
aware of. Oh my God. I was like vaguely aware of Violet stuff before this, just being into like electronic and stuff like that, and like seeing posts about Monarch in the wild or whatever, but I had not listened to the album until you had recommended it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
And
I enjoyed it.
and I hopefully did not get that notification caught. It probably will actually, but okay, whatever. Who cares? Um,
Me.
right. So I had never heard of Violet Pony before Monarch of Monsters. Like, the video on YouTube just like showed up in my recommended, and I'm not gonna lie, the album cover did intrigue me. That's part of the reason why I clicked on it. But I've had some good experiences with the the YouTube algorithm occasionally just handing me an incredible piece of work. YouTube recommended me.
Sorry.
Right, exactly.
I was-
Uh, YouTube rec.
Someone turned off. Thank you.
Okay. YouTube recommended me Rose of Jericho
from Crippled Black Phoenix's 2022 album Banefire, which ended up being my favorite album of that year. They recommended me The Sun, the Moon, the Star by Aether Rum, which is one of my favorite songs of all time. And so I saw this album that's 80 minutes long with furry artwork on it, recommended it to me, and I thought, okay, sure, why not? And um, it's hard to, like, would it be overstate or understate? It,
It depends.
yeah, like, it's hard to kind of describe how much impact that choice has had on my life now. Because,
Hmm.
like, discovering Violet Pony hasn't yet caused me to, meet my wife, get my dream job, and win the lottery or whatever. But she has changed my life. Like, her music has, like, deeply affected me. It's greatly affected my tastes in music. It changed the way I think about music. One of my, like, hobbies, one of my main hobbies, my interests. And it all started with this album, which is now one of my favorite. It's my favorite album of all time. One of my favorite works of art. It is in part because of the domino effect it had on my life, but also I don't know of any other album that has affected me the way that this one has, and that so, like, poignantly captures the experiences that it discusses, a lot of which I relate to a lot.
Hmm.
And uh, yeah, so it's kind of important to me, and I've tried writing an essay on it, but it's hard to feel like I'm doing this thing justice. You know, I don't know if you've ever had
Sure.
anything like that.
I mean, I don't write nearly as much as you do, but I have had bands that impact me in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you saw my initial reaction to this album, and it was like very obviously like very strong emotion. I wouldn't call it like one of my favorite albums of all time. It is really good,
Mm-hmm.
but like the band Low Roar,
Yes.
their music has probably impacted me in the way that Violet has for you, I'd
Oh,
imagine.
okay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to do a deeper dive on them then, because I've heard the song by them.
The song?
Yeah, it's Death Stranding, right? Or am I thinking of a different group?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
Yellow Rose and Death Stranding.
Yeah,
That's how I
I've
found him.
yeah, I've heard that it's a really good song, and yeah, okay, I guess I need to listen to them more.
Hmm.
But in the meantime, we have this little album, Monarch of Monsters, and all right, my browser's gonna show up for a second there. That's okay. And so, how I did the carousel episode is I just kind of went through track by track and just talked about what the track made me think about. And we can jump around and say, hey, this relates to this later song, or this relates to this tangent that I'm going to go down for half an hour now.
Hmm. I'll probably let you handle more of like the narrative elements of it because a lot of my analysis are like a bit less inclined to that and more inclined to like media studies, if that makes sense. Like
That's
I made a lot of tangential observations about similar media.
Oh, absolutely, please do. I mean, I'm just like, part of the reason I'm so excited for this is because I really want to know what you think of this stuff. I really want to hear your thoughts. Because
Hmm.
again, you're really smart and media literate
Oh,
and cool to talk to, and you just get like so many bitches, and you're just really cool like
true.
that.
Yay. Thank you.
Yeah. Um, See, one of the problems here is that now I'm like because I don't have to be self-conscious when it's just me, because you know, who the fuck cares if I go off on a half-hour tangent. But I'm looking at this opening track, Pest, and I'm thinking I could probably talk about this song for God knows how long, but I don't want to just make you like sit there and listen to me yammer on.
No, you totally can. It's your pod,
I
and I also have notes on it, so it's chill.
Okay.
I can bounce back and forth.
Yes, and please do like feel free to interject or anything like that.
Hmm.
But Pest. I have actually talked about this song specifically on a little previous episode, and I guess it wouldn't hurt to repeat myself. I'll probably just do a little more summarization. Hey, there it is. So if you can hear that, that's my air conditioner. I've decided that it's actually part of the little podcast experience to
Aesthetic.
have, yeah, just some random fucking noise amongst the audio that you have to
Sure.
tolerate. So, LOL, and to, you know, go off of that, LMAO.
LMFAO, if you will. Party
Mm-hmm.
rockers.
Raffle, if I may. Where do I start?
P PTDR. Pâté de rire.
I'm sorry.
French.
What
I was
is
trying
that?
to think of other acronyms.
What is that?
PTDR.
What does that mean?
It it means farting from laughing.
Oh.
Sorry.
Rue, this is a serious podcast. We're talking about serious shit here.
True. True.
I don't care, by the way. I would hope that you gathered that.
I did gather that. Yes.
Okay. So now we can talk about this song about self-loathing,
Mm-hmm.
because there's a comment on the YouTube upload of Monarch of Monsters. One of the most liked comments is, "I know musicians who use subtlety and they're all cowards," and I think that does apply in a lot of ways. There are many ways in which what the album is trying to express or say is not subtle. But not only do I think that there are aspects in which it is quite subtle and there's a lot of subtext in this album, but also it's like fine in a way of speaking. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's okay if you're not subtle, if you still manage to capture the emotion or the experience that you're trying to capture in such a potent way. The big example being this song.
Mm-hmm.
You look at Pest, you look at its lyrics, you hear Violet's performance, and it is evident that this song is about hating yourself. But like,
Mm-hmm.
there's this is what I mean about not being able to do it justice. I need to let go. I need to just chill.
You
I
got
need to chill.
this.
Thank
Just
you.
just pretend Violet isn't like staring into your skull right
Oh
now.
no, that would make it so
Yeah.
much worse. Okay. I guess just what I'm trying to say is that wow, these fucking lyrics, they hit. These don't, well, obviously these don't come across as like kind of edgy or faux sadness or anything like that, because it's so clearly based off of Violet's own experiences. And she's
Mm-hmm.
been doing this creating art thing long enough that she knows how to connect the pieces that she makes with herself, and knows how to, you know, communicate all those things through her art. Of course, it's never going to be a one-to-one like transfer, because that's just not how any of this works. You can't capture the totality of having depression or trauma in a song or an album or any piece of art, but
Mhm.
the best you can do is get sort of close. And I would say that this album gets pretty fucking close, and
Yeah.
it hasn't even impacted me the way that I've seen it impact other people. Like, I know you had a lot more like potent of a reaction to it than I did on an initial listen.
It, yeah, it was like initially, especially some of the songs in the middle, particularly like I think I said Princess Cuckoo,
Mm-hmm.
it was like very disarming. Like between the sound and not knowing much about Violet going into this, and knowing her as an MLP artist, even though I like the show and I like characters and things such as, it was like surprising. It was like uh it touched on some emotions that were like difficult initially, but like very impactful artistically and like personally to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Disarming is a good way of putting it. I didn't really have a strong reaction to the album initially. It's rare that an album like hits me, or any piece of art really hits me so hard on an initial experience. I've come to appreciate this album a lot more with time, and
Mhm.
especially as I've like, dissected all its little nuances and stuff. But
For sure.
and I remember not remembering Pest all that much, because um, I think the reason why I was recommended Monarch of Monsters, despite not knowing Violet, not really like watching anything to do with MLP or anything like that, is
Mhm.
because I'm a big prog guy. I like prog music, and this is a prog rock album in a lot of ways. And Violet has talked about the bands that have inspired her. Largely Genesis is like the main source of inspiration she talks about.
Oh, yeah, I can totally see that.
Yep. She interpolates a lot of lyrics from Genesis in this album.
Mhm.
Mm.
I
It's
I did notice a lot of prog influences, or at least I
Oh
picked
yeah.
up on like uh not just musically, but also like uh metatextually, I guess.
Oh.
Like especially with Pest, it reminded me of the intro to Pink Floyd's album The Wall.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, in that that repeating thing that the like the piano bum 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 bum, like it starts from the like it goes from the ending and then it loops from the start again. The
Mm-hmm.
same thing happens in The Wall, and that was something I could not ignore, especially within a prog context.
Okay. Interesting. I'm a poser, so I haven't listened to The Wall.
I I listened to it when I was 13 and still thought I was a guy, so
I mean, I've listened to The Dark Side of the Moon because I'm not that much of a poser, but I am still a poser because I'm not that impressed by it. Oopsie. Wrong music take, my bad.
all
So
good.
yeah, so I was like acclimated to the sound of Pest. Now, that is not to like understate it. it One of the things that happened in my last recording was when I started talking about a song, I started by saying like, I love this song. This song, I'd marry them off with my son or something like that. And I recognize
Oh,
that it's probably quite repetitive, but I do love every single track on this album. So I love Pest. I love
Pest is really good.
it's a good tone setter.
Mhm.
It serves as a good half of a tone setter. It's a good complementary piece to Play Dead in a lot of ways. Uh,
For sure. I think those two would actually probably be my favorites on the album.
oh, okay. I My favorites are Sludge and Huntress. Those are two of my favorite
Oh,
songs
for sure.
ever, and I
Hmm.
have a lot to say about all of it. But
Yeah.
those two songs as well.
Hmm.
Like I haven't even gotten to the lyrics of Pest. I just want to highlight hey the musicality of this album, even if this work didn't have such like incredible storytelling in it, it'd be up there on my list of favorites just because again the musicality is so good, it's so impressive to me. And
Hmm.
I've listened to a lot of prog, so I'm not an expert per se, but I'm experienced.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I understand that.
yeah, that is to say.
Like,
Sorry, go ahead.
uh, like my initial impressions of the overall like tone of Past, and even going into Play Dead, it was that it was like almost dreamlike in its production.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that's sort of inspired by like MLP, Friendship is Magic, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Like, uh, but like there's these very like airy and light airy and light tones that are being played, not the other thing. uh, and then contrasted against like these much like harsher, distorted sounds that almost feel like a nightmare in comparison. Especially when you get to Play Dead.
Mm,
I thought that was really interesting musically.
thematic, one could say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thematic.
So these lyrics, the just by nature of this being something that we can't spend literally all day on, I unfortunately
Mm-hmm.
can't go line by line saying, "Wow, isn't that fucking amazing?" I think this is what
Mm-hmm.
I get from that. We have to do a bit of summarizing. Uh, I know one thing I want to highlight. It's what I highlighted in my previous video on Pest, but I think it's like a big piece of the song that I really like.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of the like biggest strengths of just this entire album for me is just the way that it expresses like or captures the mind of someone who doing a little bit of relating or projecting, whatever you want to call it. Like, yeah, I've had depression for a long while. Um, I I've had the self awareness and time to grow and heal from it to know to be self aware of what that thought process looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I've become quite familiar with the ways in which depression affects your mind, and I'm not going to like say I know exactly what Violet deals with or has dealt with because of some lyrics. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is that I look at these lyrics and think, wow, that is like precisely what it is like to have depression,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Like,
Okay.
I think a lot of the lyrics of Pest like really speak to that. Like, it's I iconographic of like depression
Mm-hmm.
almost without being like on the nose, I guess.
Oh, yeah. But
Mhm.
again, talking about subtlety, which I just want to say, like, I think it can be impressive when a work, like, effectively communicates something subtly. I talked about it in the Stranger Things episode. That scene with Elle in Nancy's room has no dialogue and nothing explicitly communicating to you what the point of that scene is. And I think that's really cool and impressive. And so it isn't to say that, like, if, there was a line like, I have depression, this is what it does, it'd be necessarily bad, but that doesn't happen. It's just what the thought process is, what the thoughts that are happening, just laid out very explicitly. Not without metaphor. There's a lot of metaphor actually in these lyrics. Even just looking at them, here's a line: moved your mountains over pins and needles. It's not like super subtle, but it's a cool little, I guess, would you call that yeah, you'd call that metaphor, I guess. I was just wondering if there was like a fancier term for the process of making a metaphor.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know any, or am I like floundering
I
here?
don't know any.
Okay.
We're SOL.
SOL.
Shit out of luck.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes two acronyms I just didn't know.
Sorry.
You don't need to be sorry
One
for
was
anything.
Okay.
So, moved your mountains over pins and needles. Pretty easy to figure that one out. It's, you're at least in the perception of the narrator here, who is Wolf, by the way. God, that's a whole other thing. In the perception of the narrator, she is making a big deal, moving mountains over something relatively like small or banal. Pins and needles, just like small pains. But see, this is what I mean about this album, is that you have that surface level reading of that line, but then you have to think about the context of the story it's in, and the context of this is Wolf talking. Wolf is the protagonist of this story, especially like the album. She's kind of the protagonist of the novella. It's told through Arya's point of view, but like Wolf is always the focus. But Wolf is kind of the conduit through which all of these, thoughts and experiences are explored. This depressed mind isn't just in anybody, and these things aren't just happening to anyone. It is the character Wolf this is all happening to. And again, not very subtly a stand-in for Violet, but we like abstracting here and making art. And so with that context, you get that line, moved your mountains over pins and needles, and you have to recognize that that's probably not actually like an accurate perception of her situation. What she's probably doing, because this is what depressed people do, is downplaying her experiences and downplaying the suffering that she's gone through and admonishing herself for like making a quote big deal out of it. And that is the kind of thing that this album does a lot. Like there's subtext and context just like everywhere. And it's very, very, very cool. IMO.
True. I know what that acronym means.
You don't have to rub it in.
Sorry.
You're fine.
But yeah, I absolutely agree. Like there's so much of it, and like it's 80 minutes long. Obviously, I did not catch all of it, like, but consistently, I think it's really impressive, like, to bring back motifs not only narratively but also musically.
Oh yeah, there's so many callbacks, not only to,
Mm.
you know, the album, but also like Violet's previous work.
Mhm.
And there's a song in particular where I'll really talk about that because I think is like really meaningful, and I think Violet does callbacks extremely well.
Mhm.
Okay, I haven't even gotten to the like main thing of this song's lyrics. So the chorus. The chorus opens with the line, "You've been such a pest. Oh, you're such a pest. Yes, you're only a pest." So we employ the our reading glasses and we go, okay, so obviously surface level. Wolf is putting herself down here. Okay, I mean, I that is actually technically a step removed from the surface level reading because you have that second person pronoun there. With Wolf being the narrator, her saying, "You have been such a pest," you know, may appear to be her talking to someone else, but it's not hard to figure out that no, she's talking about herself, but she is doing so in the second person. And not only I think it is kind of like easy to tell that from the song itself, especially with a lot of these other lines, like in the outro. Yes, they were the very same. But also, I grabbed these quotes from the novella, so I'm gonna use them if that's okay with
Mhm.
you.
No, it's not.
Okay. Well, I guess we can just move on to
No,
the
use
next
them.
track then.
No.
I just in it's okay. I'm gonna real quick check which chapter it is because what I'm basically saying is like here's this line that I guess proves that Violet is not talking to someone else here, even though I'm pretty sure most listeners of the album are gonna pick up on that.
Mhm.
We have this passage. Wolf would sing songs and shriek poetry she had written, seemingly directly at her self portraits. She would address these images as if they were someone else, with a silent acceptance that it was often truly intended for herself.
Mm.
It's something,
Yeah.
yeah, it's something that us humans just do. You know, we all talk to ourselves. But in that, I see kind of the another thing that can happen with depression. This is largely coming from my own experience. I just know that when I was really in the like thick of it, when I was at my worst with depression, it felt like there was something else in my head telling me these things. And obviously, like, you only have one brain, but
Mhm.
I,
They they talk about that little voice in your head when speaking of depression so much.
yeah, absolutely. That was me trying to, like, catch myself because, admittedly, I don't have, like, any knowledge of dissociative identity disorder or anything like that.
Mhm.
I am positive you could have a thorough reading of this album with that,
Yeah,
framing.
especially concerning Wolf.
Yes, absolutely.
Mhm.
It's just that I don't have that condition and I don't personally know anybody who does, as far as I'm aware. And
Mhm.
so I I can't speak on that. It's not my place to speak on that.
Me neither.
But yeah, like we said, um, it is very much a thing that happens with depression where it feels like you have this other entity like speaking to you. You kind of have this almost split in identity, so to speak. It
Yeah.
was, and it's a weird thing to kind of reconcile because there's usually the knowledge that this is just you talking to yourself. But again, it really does kind of feel like, and I certainly process that as like something that like I had me, my own internal monologue, my own thoughts, and then that other thing trying to tell me that I'm worthless, I'm a pest. And so, what I'm trying to say here is that I think that this addressing yourself or some other version of you in the second person is kind of a manifestation, a more literal manifestation of that thing that can happen in your head when you're dealing with like depression or dissociation.
Mhm. Yeah.
So you get that deep, right? But then this is the thing I really highlighted last time. The fact that that phrase is repeated. You've been such a pest. Oh, you're such a pest. Yes, you're only a pest. Musically, what that does is it basically like creates a hook in the chorus. You know, I've noticed that a lot of choruses have repeated phrases. It makes them more memorable, more catchy, and just it makes them stick in your head more. That's a thing you usually want to do with music.
Hmm.
However, I think it's also a like excellent reflection of another one of the things that depression does, because you don't start to believe that you're like a piece of shit overnight. There isn't a switch flipped in your brain that makes you go from content with yourself to believing you're a miserable failure. This happens because of constant reinforcement. And that reinforcement happens through you telling yourself over and over and over and over again that you're this and this and that.
Yeah.
And so I look at that, those three lines, and it's like that's what depression is. That's what it does. It is constantly telling yourself that you're a pest and that's all you are, you know.
Hmm.
And I think
I
that's so very, I mean, you know, telling yourself you're worthless is not cool. I think the musical thing is cool.
I think it's so cool to tell yourself you're worthless. But no, I agree. It is very cool. Like narratively, like texturally, not cool to do in real life.
Yes, yes, exactly.
But like I think the second person thing definitely lends itself to that as well.
Mhm.
Like I've also like suffered with depression in my life, especially with in regard to like dysphoria and things such as. Uh and yeah, like it really does consistently try to like weaponize specific things and reinforce bad behaviors. Like that's why I think like every therapist I've ever had has told me to do cognitive behavioral therapy. Like that's that's it's breaking bad patterns. That's what helps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Mm.
I've done a lot of CBT in my life too to try to, you know, get to a better state of mind.
Hmm.
So
Sorry.
yeah, so there's this other quote, the outro that I'm just kind of I have the Genius lyrics up in front of me, and I'm just kind of pointing out the things that are jumping out to me, looking at them. But you know, I've looked
Mhm.
through the lyrics a lot. I've thought about them a lot, especially leading up to this little episode because I wanted things to talk about. You know,
For sure. Yeah.
it's This very so the outro. Yes, they were the very same wolf then and wolf now, which relates to a line from earlier in the song. Uh, I know that you're still me, but look what's happened to us.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, like, kind of bring up mainly because the word that comes to mind is dissociation, but that is a little bit of like a loaded term. It could mean a couple of different things that I think this album covers kind of almost all of. Like, so when I often speak of dissociation, I'm talking about the thing that can happen when you are experiencing trauma in the moment as kind of a
Hmm.
way for your mind to cope with it in, that moment.
Yeah.
There's absolutely expressions and depictions of that in here, but also in this album are depictions of dissociation as more of a long term coping mechanism. Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Did you have something to say on that?
That's a lot of what? Sorry.
Just there's like a lot to say to kind of contextualize that.
For sure. For
Yeah.
sure. Like, I kind of read it more as like uh depersonalization, I guess, like detaching like yourself from like the situation.
Oh, for
Uh
sure.
mhm. And I think that's where that dichotomy between like within both starts, and that's how that like that idea of like being a pest is like repeated, and like that's where that comes from, and is like being beaten into her by herself.
Hmm.
Mhm.
There's actually, yeah, there's a lot that plays into that. I guess more specific reading because I think they're related, but depersonalization. What's happening right now is sometimes you look at different pieces of art with, a specific lens, and that lens can be just something like a word. And
Yeah.
so I have the word dissociation in mind, but depersonalization, I think that's absolutely something that's present. It's just not something that I like went
Yeah.
into this thinking about, but I suppose that's why I have you here.
Why? That's why we always invite trans people to our podcast, because we're so smart and cool.
So fucking true.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
Context. I guess how much do you know about the textual narrative of Monarch of Monsters?
I know the very basic setup that was on the Bandcamp.
Okay. So then you know that Wolf is a character that's has a very troubled past.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Mhm.
I guess just like, well, there's a couple things that play into this, but one of them is what we're seeing in Pest, where, she's saying, and I know that you're still me. Because, that implies that there might have been a point in time where she had it in her mind somewhere that this previous version of her wasn't her. And all right, so how many like behaviors of depression is that now that the song specifically touches on?
I think like 90% of them.
Probably it could be
Hmm.
90% of them just in this one track.
Yeah.
Because what I've noticed myself doing, I mean, again, a lot of this is just like going through these lyrics and going, "Yep, I've done that."
Me too.
Yeah. Um, I like often say that these past few years I've almost become a completely different person, which, obviously I'm not being completely literal, but
Hmm.
it doesn't matter if I'm being literal because what my brain is doing is it's trying to distance myself from that other version of me that, like, I guess I don't like. And
Yeah.
I imagine that'd be much more potent of a desire, even if subconsciously, if you believe that your past self was like a bad person.
Hmm. I I have definitely felt that myself, not necessarily in regard to being a bad person, but just being a trans woman. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's you definitely, at least I definitely have felt that being like, that person was not real. Like, even the, and still having to contend with like the like shitty or like things in my past that have made me feel bad.
Yeah.
Like, through that lens, it's very, I find it quite relevant.
Yeah. The way I see it, what's happening here is that Wolf, I almost said Violet, but I mean, you know, Wolf
Hmm.
spent a lot of time trying to distance herself from this, what she would see as a different version of herself, this past version of herself.
Hmm.
And, there is an extent to which that is a good thing. If you think that your past self was a bad person, then moving on and becoming a better person is, you know, a good thing, you would immediately think. But then my mind jumps ahead to, um, I mean, lines further on in the album, and especially this line in the novella. And I think what Violet would be trying to say with this narrative is that ugly, horrible past can't be ignored even if you're striving for betterment. And in fact, ignoring that past can be the catalyst for, you know, falling into the same behaviors. Those who
Definitely.
don't know history are doomed to repeat it if you don't take the time to unpack, your past behaviors, then who's to say you're not going to repeat them?
Yeah, and actually, that actually kind of makes me think of the repeating thing, like the looping thing with the
Mm-hmm.
from the first to the last track.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
mhm, like in reference to the fact that like repeating past stuff, like ad nauseum, going back over the same patterns, same ways of thinking,
Mm-hmm.
reliving the same things over and over again. Like the only real way to like get out of it is to like acknowledge it, which is like, I guess, going through the album and like, again, metatextually, I guess, like finishing it, not like letting it loop again and stopping it, like interfacing with it how you will, and like concluding it, I suppose.
Yeah. No, I completely agree there. And the point I was eventually going to get to is that, I think that this piece of art would make the point that, you know, that past version of you is something that needs to be recognized and unpacked, but it also acknowledges that that can be a very like painful experience. And I think that's what's happening here, is that it is kind of something that Wolf has known all along, but just this visceral realization that that's still her. Like, she is still the person who did all of those terrible things. Like,
Yeah.
that can be a very unsettling realization, especially if you then look at the rest of the narrative and see that she does, I mean, pretty patently worse things in the, you know, present of the narrative. She has different
Hmm.
reasons for doing them, but, you know, seeing this, you know, so to speak, monster she's become, I imagine she's looking back and like noticing, acknowledging that like she's just doing the same things she was back then and falling into these behaviors and mindsets that she had before. Yeah,
Hmm.
just like real quick, personal experiences again. This is gonna be a very like personal one. That should be obvious, but you
Hmm.
know, um, that's something that's happened to me many
Hmm.
times, is just seeing some of the things that I'm thinking or the way that I'm acting and having the very like it's not fun seeing yourself do these things, knowing that you've been struggling with this same thing for years. It's
Hmm.
hard, especially with the depressed mind, to not imagine that you're just back at square one. Like, you're just going through these same motions over and over again, making no real progress.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you see that? This is entirely
Oh,
unrelated.
that's fine. That's fine. Keep going.
I just did you see, or oh wait, you're not gonna have seen that. You're in Canada.
Oh.
Just fucking Mountain Dew as I imagine for just the summer season, rebranded to American Mountain Dew.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Um, Personally, I see that kind of like patriotism as a little bit of a threat, but
Hmm.
maybe I'm just too much of a lefty.
True. You woke communist.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Any other thoughts on pest? Sorry, what? Or did you just
Uh,
sneeze?
sorry, I was just readjusting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me check my notes here.
Okay. Yeah, she took notes.
Hmm. I was
This
I
Violet
was
Pony
in
shit
the
gets
car.
serious.
I was in the passenger seat of the car on a 2-hour drive, and I took a bunch of notes.
Hell yeah.
Uh, I think the only other thing I would point out is weirdly I found like some ska influences, which
Mm-hmm.
I suppose isn't like super unexpected from like a punk album, but the swing of the music and the piano and like some of the brass that she uses, it's very like, again, it just took me aback a lot. Like musically, that was like, wow, this is really interesting, especially from like a prog perspective, especially in the context of like the narrative. It's and I think like more as we go on, we'll see like each song almost has its own flavor of like punk music.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically it. Yeah, pseudo intellectual punk music analysis.
Oh, whatever.
True.
This is we're just talking about some music we like. You know,
True.
that's all this is.
True.
I guess the only other
Yes.
thing that I have to say about Pest, um, with the consideration that we have 11 more tracks after this,
Hmm.
is, this is an album that makes you think new things or discover new things with almost every listen. It's just, a brilliant piece of art like that. I just remember um, it was a fairly recent listen. I mean, again, a couple months ago at this point. But I just remember hearing the line, "And our life isn't sacred, you stupid fag. They'll all keep on laughing till we're in a bag."
I
And
love that line.
yeah. And what struck me in that line was Violet's vocal delivery, because it was in that particular listen where I really heard the self-loathing in that line. Like, she
Hmm.
shouts it, and I don't know, it just really hit me. Uh,
Yeah. Mhm. It's it's I think it's screamed like several times throughout the album, but like each time it's like the way it's screamed and the way it's presented texturally, it's like really like wow. Like that's it's like almost violent, if that makes sense.
yeah, that's a good word to use for this piece of art for sure.
Hmm. Hmm.
And God, okay. I see. I'm thinking of all of this from just the broad perspective of, you know, having depression, but it
Yeah.
needs to be acknowledged that this is queer art. This is
Yeah.
art made by a queer woman, and
Hmm.
it's kind of just occurring to me now that the choice to say "you stupid fag" in particular is very like meaningful with that in mind.
Yeah. Hmm.
Because again, it's not something
Very.
that's explicitly like laid out, and in fact, this is kind of the first time I'm really thinking about it from that angle. But if you are so deeply self-loathing, you're going to find all kinds of aspects of yourself to attack, basically, including
Hmm.
your queerness. But then again, it doesn't help that you're not going to be the only one attacking that aspect of you.
Absolutely. And I think that also kind of goes into like Wolf's isolation, like and
Mm-hmm.
like disconnection from other people around her. Like I think like one that isolation obviously allows like uh negative thoughts to like creep in more actively, especially at the start of the narrative. But it also kind of like otherizes somebody, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
It is certainly something that is self-inflicted on her, this isolation, but as with like many of these cases, because you know there's some discussion about how a lot of trans women don't go out much, and
Mhm.
you know we all have this general broad advice of, oh, you should go out more, it's good to meet people, and that is all true, but also there is a pretty valid reason why
Mhm.
a trans woman would be afraid to go out.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I've felt that myself even. Like I've
Mm-hmm.
known tons of trans women who felt like that. I've known tons of trans people who felt like that.
Yeah. You know, it, there's an interesting dichotomy with this work between like the relationship between what your mind is perceiving and what reality is, because they're not like completely distinct things, you know?
Mhm.
Like, you should go out and meet people, and like that visceral fear of, doing that very thing out of fear for your own safety, like there's a relationship between those two things. It's not like one or the other. So I guess calling it a dichotomy is like kind of the opposite of what it is.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Mm.
And in the same way, like, it's easy to get kind of lost in your own head and reinforce these things about yourself, saying that you're worthless, saying that you're a pest.
Mhm.
But there also needs to be the consideration that, it's a lot harder to break free from that kind of cycle and those kinds of thoughts when you have other people in your life saying those same things.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh,
You ready for track number 2?
I was gonna say we've been talking for an hour, and we haven't gotten to track 2 yet.
Oh my god, it
We
has
probably
been an
should,
hour.
because we should, because I gotta hop off at like before 8:30.
Okay, and I'll probably be doing that too.
Mhm.
Okay. But we've laid out a lot of stuff for just general
Mhm.
themes, so it'll start going faster, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the scaffolding.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So, Rue,
Yep.
what do you think about Play Dead, Play Dead?
I really like the Half-Life 2 sample.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's genuinely a really impressive song from both like uh uh singer and songwriter perspective, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like uh I really like Violet's screams, like in the part where she says the sum of my parts is nothing, that part, and just repeats nothing like 5 times, getting progressively more and
Mm-hmm.
more harsh. That's it's one of my favorite parts of that song, as well as the sarcastic, like, isn't it great to be different? Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Again, there's so much. Um,
Yep.
right. I mean, plays into that. It's what I was kind of trying to highlight with talking about that line from Pest, but Violet's vocal delivery across this entire album is probably my favorite ever. Um,
Really?
oh yeah, and
Okay.
I like. I mean, obviously, it's extremely impressive to me,
Hmm.
but I don't know if I've heard. I mean, I've definitely listened to songs with some really intense and raw vocal deliveries. If I were to go down the list, it'd look pretty fucking typical, like playlist made by a white guy type of stuff. But because my
Death Grips,
immediate
Death
thoughts.
Grips. Sorry, Sufjan Stevens.
I actually don't know who that is.
Fuck.
Yeah, I guess you're just gonna have
Okay.
to. There's a lot of music that you're gonna have to introduce me to, I guess.
Hmm.
And we still need to watch
Hmm.
horror movies together.
True. True.
Yeah.
True. True.
Um, yeah, my immediate examples are like Daddy by Korn, Iowa by
Oh,
Slipknot,
fuck.
yeah,
Hmm.
stuff like that. Uh, my previous favorite vocalist before discovering Violet was Daniel Gildenlow of Pain of Salvation.
Hmm.
He's an incredible vocalist. Um, I guess what really does it for me is that, I mean, this vocal performance feels, I think it's on like the same level as performances like that, but it is a lot more personal just because I can really feel the like pain and anger being expressed in this performance
Yeah.
because I've felt a lot of that kind of pain and anger. Not the same. I'm not going to try to claim that I've had the experiences that Violet has, but in
Hmm.
some respects, I can relate to them. And
Sure.
I've gotten a little bit of insight into Violet's performance on this album because I asked her in her server, like if she has a technique for her screaming or if she just lets it out. And she does have a proper screaming technique that she's used on tracks like Daybreaker was the example she gave. But she said that she did not use that for Monarch of Monsters. And she did just let it out because she wanted that rawness in it. She said she wanted it to hurt.
Hmm.
So, hey guys, audience, I can't tell you what to do. If you think that screaming into a microphone with no regard for your vocal cords is what your art needs, then you know, I would just advise against it. It's not a healthy thing to do, you know?
Hmm. Yeah.
It's a. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Uh, I would also advise against it, just
Yeah.
as somebody who can do like screams more naturally. It's really hard. It's really hard to scream properly, and you'll know it when your voice is messed up. So don't, if your voice feels moderately bad, don't do it.
Mm-hmm. It
Hmm.
is. It's a weird relationship that artists have gotta kind of like think about, especially when we're talking about a piece of art like this, like because there's this whole thing. Art is often an expression of pain, and I think that art is often at its best when it's very, very close to that pain. And I understand the mindset that goes into like doing that sort of thing to really bring
Hmm.
out the emotions in your art. And I can't say that like no, you just can't do that. And I recognize that it results in incredible pieces of art like this. But I also just can't
Hmm.
good conscience say like, oh yeah, go ahead and do what Corey Taylor did during that recording of Iowa. Definitely don't do that.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Uh, like, like I don't think art is ever inherently about like hurting oneself, but I think there's always a risk at that, especially when you're a performer. Like this is gonna sound very strange to compare this to, but do you know the scene in Lord of the Rings when Viggo Mortensen kicks the helmet?
Yep, I do.
You're aware he broke his toe in that scene.
Yes.
Very, very common thing. Uh, that's before I even knew that, that was one of my favorite like scenes in the trilogy ever. And knowing that, it was like really like, oh my god, is he okay? But like simultaneously, it was like that's such a good performance, man. Like, what are we supposed to do here? he, he let that beast out.
Yeah, I mean that's like kind
Mhm.
of the exact feeling I get listening to this vocal performance because I love it, but I don't love knowing that the artist was in pain when they were giving this performance. Like
Mhm.
I think I am on the side of I would rather not have that because art is extremely important. It is kind of the basis of our humanity, I would say. I think ultimately a person is more important than a piece of art, and you can make great art without like literally hurting yourself. There's a lot of emotional rawness that can come out in the creation of art that will in some respects hurt, but you know, you can give a great vocal performance without fucking up your voice.
Yeah.
That being said, it's kind of cool.
It is good. Yeah. It was especially like as somebody who doesn't listen to a lot of metal or like hardcore nowadays, uh hearing screams like that were like really, really harsh. Like it was such like a direct and like expressive noise in this piece of art like so consistently that I was like, wow. Like to give you an idea of how unaccustomed I am to like screamy music, I guess. My favorite Slipknot song is Snuff. Like
Okay, look, I'm I'm a Snuff defender. I think it's a great song.
hmm
Uh, and you know, I am someone who is very accustomed at this point to screaming in songs, and
yeah.
so you know, I also think that this is an extremely like raw and just really dark, aggressive performance. Because you know, again, talking about proper techniques of screaming, you can absolutely get some fucking crazy screams out while also having the proper technique. Funnily enough,
hmm
Corey Taylor is an example. He's actually doing things properly these days, and he still sounds incredible.
Oh,
Um,
for sure.
yeah. Randy Blythe of Lamb of God, he's been doing this for God knows how long. Still an incredible vocalist.
hmm
But one of the, I guess you could say, trade-offs of having a like procedure for your harsh vocals is that it loses just a little bit of edge often. And this could in part
Yeah.
be because I'm accustomed to harsh vocals. And so a lot
hmm
of harsh vocals are just kind of like, oh, yeah, they're doing this.
hmm
But I guess this is all to say that I'm accustomed to harsh vocals, but Violet's absolutely stand out. And I'm sure part of that is because she didn't, give much mind to technique. But even when she does, they still sound really good. And
They do.
God, I wish I could replicate it. I don't know what she does or how she does it. It's crazy.
hmm At Violet Pony, tell us your secrets. Give me your voice training teacher's email, please.
This is all to say that Play Dead is a pretty good song.
It is. It's a great song.
Yeah, and I mean, it's where the screaming really comes out. So I think this discussion is pretty relevant.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this song is when I like perked up listening to this album. This one really caught my attention because, and I don't know. I remember thinking like this is like weird, but I'm digging it because
hmm
Violet Pony is basically how I started getting into electronic music. And so,
That's interesting.
yeah. And so the kind of electronic sounds or flavors that she adds to this song were kind of new to me. The only electronic artist I at all listened to with any amount of consistency before Violet Pony was Porter Robinson, who has a little bit of a different sound from
A
this
little bit.
album. Yeah.
hmm
I mean, there's that one part in the penultimate track of, I think it's Worlds, is the album.
hmm
But no, I'm not accustomed to this like this darker electronic sound. But Yeah, I
Yeah,
really liked it, and obviously I'm a metal guy, so I dug the
mhm,
riffs and all that.
for sure, for
Yeah.
sure.
And speaking on the riffs, so part of it is that she does something kind of like cool here where it sounds like the guitar sounds are almost like coming in and out like suddenly, like you hear it for a second and it just drops away, like it's
Yeah,
trying to come through but is being stifled by something. And you know, you think about this song and what it's about, and I remember going, oh, right, of course.
mm,
Maybe that's a little bit. I don't know. Like Violet is IMO enough of an auteur that I think most choices you can look at are going to be intentional.
yeah, for sure.
So my thinking was that particular like thing that she's doing with the guitar very well could be an expression, just like an expression of feelings trying to come out but being stifled, which is a lot of what this song is
Yeah,
about. This song is about repression.
yeah, like literally one of the first lines is like, "I don't want to talk about it."
Yep,
Like,
that is the first
mhm,
line.
there, yeah. Unless you count like "yeah" or "whoa" as the first line.
Or you know how we do it.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Apart from that.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, good song.
And yeah, that line you mentioned, isn't it great to be different? Isn't it great to be me? Uh, Again, there's context to that one. It, do you know it? Just like
Maybe
it's
let's l- let's explain just in case the audience doesn't know it. Cough,
right.
cough. I'm
Yes, of
pretending I'm the
course.
audience.
So, dear audience, the line "Isn't it great to be different? Isn't it great to be me?" is an interpolation of a pretty old MLP fan song. Um, and
Sorry, continue.
well, I heard you make a noise that was very muffled, so now I'm curious.
I just cupped my hands and I shouted, "Oh!"
Oh,
Hmm.
well,
Yeah,
what epiphany did you have?
I know that song.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah. Hmm.
that song. I don't know it actually, but I'm sure we're thinking of the same one.
Yeah.
And yeah, in that song, that line is stated in earnest, but as Roux said earlier, it has a very sarcastic tone here.
Hmm.
This is Wolf lamenting the fact that she is different and that she is her, that she is this way. We'll add this one to the list of things that depression makes you think. It really makes you hate the fact that you're you.
Hmm. Yeah.
That's it's but again, I gotta like, because now I'm thinking a lot more about this particular angle. It's something that exists with depression, but it's also something that exists with being queer, with being autistic, with just being markedly different from society, and as a result, having that society reject you or refuse to understand you.
Hmm. Absolutely.
Like, even without depression, I think it'd be pretty natural to start to kind of hate these aspects of yourself if you have an entire culture telling you that these things are wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Been there.
Yeah.
Mm.
If I am silent, it's because I'm scanning the lyrics, seeing.
Of course.
I probably should have taken notes, to be honest.
I to be
Oh.
fair, I only got like 3/4 of the way through the album to
Oh.
write the notes.
I mean, it's fine. Uh, I just saw this line. The only way for me is to keep it up. I've got to make it worse.
Mm, yeah.
That's like, oh God, that's a lot.
God,
Um,
yeah.
yeah.
Only 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 fun things here on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I while I try to form words, do you have any thoughts on that, Rue?
I think you summed it up pretty well. I'm also just generally bad at speaking aloud. Uh,
It's okay.
Thank you.
I'm still happy to have
But
you here.
thank you. But yeah, kind of like I said with Pest, it still feels like very dreamlike, which I think lends to this the whole setting of like uh, depersonalization, like uh, not being able to obviously talk about it, uh, everything such as just like by making things feel unreal in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Hmm.
I yeah. Okay. So I think that like basically I have this idea that there is a line of interpretation for basically all of these songs that starts with the title of the song.
Hmm. Oh.
The title of this song, Play Dead, really colors the experience for me.
Hmm.
Uh, so earlier I was talking about dissociation, and like I said, it's basically a way for your mind to cope with present trauma. And it's something that I've experienced multiple times. And I mean, we, as much as it kind of makes me uncomfortable to talk about, and I know it makes other people uncomfortable to hear about, but,
Hmm.
the sexual assault is just a part of this album's story. It's a part of its
Yeah.
thematic identity. It's impossible to ignore, especially with a song like this, and especially like Cuckoo
Yeah.
Princess and Sludge to an extent as well. Um,
Yeah.
and I also try not to speak too much on that subject because it's not one that I'm, super familiar with. Fortunately, that's not something that I'm like.
Hmm.
I'm very lucky to not be intimately familiar with that experience.
Yeah.
That being
Mhm.
said, I have had an experience where I was assaulted, and like, well, one of the things about it is that it's hard to remember specific details because when it started happening, I started heavily dissociating, and I just kind of laid there with my emotions suddenly just very distant and uh, yeah,
Hmm.
like I think the title speaks on that kind of thing that can just inherently happen in these traumatic circumstances where you just kind of shut down, right?
Sure. I've also been there. So
Yeah.
definitely.
But then, especially with, you know, lines like, gotta take it like the bitch I am. Uh,
Mm,
that's,
yeah.
mm-hmm. Yeah, it's saying
Hmm.
lines like that out loud that really makes them sink in. Jesus.
Yeah.
It's,
Hmm.
God, there's just a lot there in just a line like that. Because, okay, so, oh, my thoughts are getting all scattered.
Okay.
um, because the other, like, really fucked up implication with that is that playing dead proverbially might be something you consciously do to avoid further punishment, especially if you're,
Yeah.
being assaulted by another person.
Hmm.
And so that line is, a way of expressing, like, I just have to take it too late to turn tail, as she also says.
Yeah.
I just, I'm here. This is what's happening. I have to, you know, not let it be worse or not make it worse. But then
Hmm.
in that is still that self deprecation, a very common,
Yeah.
very common thing that happens with victims is that they blame themselves for what happened. I know I certainly tried to. And,
Yeah.
there's a bit of that in there. Like, Wolf seems like the kind of character. Well, actually, we know that Wolf is the kind of character that would feel that she deserves this because she does most of what she does in the narrative of Monarch of Monsters because she feels it's what she deserves. Like, she kills everyone she loves and then kills herself because
Hmm.
she believes that she is now without penance and this is the only thing that she can think to do to, quote, make things right.
Yeah. It's God, it's dark.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Right. I still have this list of quotes that I feel like using. There's this one. Those she cared about in life, there was something to lose, and so she must lose everything, Wolf thought. And conceivable, the penance she coveted, doomed to the guilt of a survivor, allowed her to justify this ill providence. There's a lot of big words there, but it is basically expressing that, like, again, she feels like she deserves to lose everything, and everything that occurs in that process is justifiable because of the guilt that she feels and the hatred she feels for herself.
Yeah.
Like, she covets penance, and in her mind, that looks like destruction of herself in its entirety.
Hmm. Hmm.
Do you have anything else?
That's no. That's a really good way to put it. But,
Hmm?
but sorry.
Oh.
Sometimes I feel like I'm not a great guest.
Oh, you're
I'm not
fine.
that talkative.
It's okay.
Everybody like the video immediately to show I'm a good guest.
I agree, actually. Like the video
Hmm.
immediately. Don't forget to
Hmm.
comment and subscribe as well.
Saying that after everything we just talked about is also insane.
Yeah, yeah. I like,
Hmm.
I
I.
to be clear, I want to take these subjects seriously, and I hope
For
we're
sure,
doing a
for
good
sure.
job of it. It's,
I
you know,
agree. I'm just prone to gallows humor personally.
yeah,
But
and I
like
mean that's valid, and also we are still just like two friends talking,
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
and I so far I've brought up my depression, my experience with assault. That's all stuff that I've largely processed. Like I'm pretty okay these days. So
That's
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the heretic.
2 hours, 2 hours in, third
Did we
song.
actually spend another? Not quite.
It was an
Only
hour and a half, hour and a half.
only half an hour on Play Dead, Play Dead. We're doing great.
This might be a multi-parter episode because
It
again, I
might.
only have an hour and a half.
It might.
Yeah.
And if it is, that's
That
okay. We can make it work.
is like I'm cool with another call.
Yeah, yeah, I am too. That's absolutely fine.
Hell yeah. All right. On to Heretic.
The heretic, woe is me.
Woo!
I have things to say about this track.
I also kind of forgot about this track before looking at my notes. I really like this track too.
What do you have to say about the heretic,
Oh,
Roux?
I musically, I just fucking love it.
I mean, me too.
Just, it's just completely brilliant. It's like everything experimental that I like about electronic music, like the synthesized voice at the beginning, like that Microsoft Sam or whatever, that's used in like Faith the Unholy Trinity. That was a crazy pull. Uh, those trembly vocals that Violet uses later on in the song, the weird like vaporwave sort of melodies that are kind of in the background. It's really really interesting to me. On top of like the almost the very self-deprecating tone of this song, like I don't think it's really a dichotomy. I think it's just like it's like emboldening that part of the song's narrative, I suppose, in a really interesting way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like you said, fantastic song musically. Uh, I think the chorus is especially really cool. It's very different from anything I've ever heard. So
Mm-hmm.
it's very cool. And I just want to highlight immediately after the first chorus, there's like these three ascending synth chords, and then that is immediately followed up by the drums and clean guitar coming back in, and that transition does not make any fucking sense. I don't know how the hell she made that sound like natural.
Right, dude, it's crazy. She's like an insane producer.
Yeah,
It's fucking brilliant.
it's witchcraft to me.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Witch.
I'm gonna put in that moment like in the editing. I'll probably be
Mhm.
doing that intermittently, just to help
That's
highlight points.
that's totally fair. If we can like peak the audio right now, scream really loud so we can have a marker.
I mean, I always like listen to all these recordings like in their
Mhm.
entirety, like, and just to make sure everything's cool. And while I do that, I'll put in edits that I think are appropriate. And so I'm gonna put
Smart.
in that transition, and you can marvel at how fucking insane it is. It still baffles me. I don't know how she did it.
mics.
To be clear, this is all positive. It's extremely impressive to me that she made that work.
So really.
Now the lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
The lyrics. There's a lot covered here.
Mm-hmm. Well, woe is me, my sinful life. Probably my favorite from the song.
Oh, right. That. Okay, it's labeled as breakdown on Genius. I guess you could call it that. Highlight of the album, that part. I love it
Mm-hmm.
so much.
It's so good.
Like, this is the. I guess you could call it problem. I don't know. This is the problem with doing a podcast on this album, is that every song is like its own fucking essay waiting to be written.
Yeah.
So I'll do my best, because I'm looking at the first verse. Uh, in the shroud of my ecstasy, I saw the vultures circling. Aren't you lonely? They whispered. You could use the company. And it all just happened so fast. And I know I wasn't the last. It's a tale as old as time. But couldn't I have been stronger? So, personal experience time. Are you ready for this, Roux?
We're ready.
We're ready. This is something that I've noticed happens to quite a few queer people. Certainly, it's happened to me and one of my best friends. Basically, we fell into a bad crowd who did not have our best interests in mind. Um, because there are groups of people who prey on the lonely, and you know, queer people, neurodivergent people are often lonely. Very, yeah. That it's a tale as old as time, as it said. And outside looking in, there's an obvious like perpetrator here. This is an example of a person being taken advantage of. In this narrative, Wolf is taken advantage of, both in the past and present of the narrative. And she has her personality kind of twisted by these people and does a lot of the terrible things that they did, which, again, that is something that just kind of, that's something that can happen with, when you're desperate for companionship, when you're desperate for validation, you'll do things that you wouldn't otherwise do for the validation of shitty people.
Yeah,
And
I've been there.
mm-hmm. I mean, there's a reason why the lyrics call them vultures. And
It's
go ahead.
it's very evocative. It's just
Mm-hmm.
what I was gonna say.
The cherry on top of that whole verse is, but couldn't I have been stronger? Just wrapped up in all of these contemplations is this constant, this ever present belief that she's not good enough, she's not good. And so, again, even though from an outsider's perspective, there's a very clear perpetrator, a damaged, traumatized person will often look at these situations and go, that was like, I shouldn't have done that. I was stupid. I was naive. Couldn't I have done better? Couldn't I have been stronger?
Yeah.
And there's a. When is it? Oh. Wait, where is it? There's another line that kind of plays on that. Oh no, wait, that's in Vitality Glitch. I'm just remembering the line, I am what they made me, yet I've always had control.
Hmm.
That's,
It's related definitely to this song,
oh, for sure.
definitely to the whole narrative of the album, even like.
Yeah, it's related to this thread of she sees that she's been negatively influenced by some of the groups that she was in. She was in some part made by these people. What she says is that, but I've always had control. I could have done better, and of course there is some truth to that, but it's also definitely colored by someone who's looking to blame themselves for everything.
Exactly. And I don't think it's like a helpful way to think either. I think it's part of that like uh, unhealthy thought rumination that
Mm-hmm.
Wolf and so many people with depression like actively experience.
Yes, absolutely.
Mhm.
That's a big part of what the song is. And as Roux is saying, there's a lot more of just like that hammering in of these self deprecating thoughts, calling yourself a heretic and a parasite.
Mhm.
And, I was doing that thing. I mentioned earlier that there's, perspectives that you can look at these songs through that often have to do with the title. I'm still not 100% sure what you'd glean. Like, do you glean anything from the title of this track being The Heretic? Or even just that title for Wolf the character?
Feel like there's something there, definitely like in the religious sense of a heretic,
Mm-hmm.
like just in the sense of like uh abandoning or like disrespecting some kind of ideal or position or post or something of the like.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't exactly have like a formulated response for that. But I think it's something along those lines.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely something in there now that you've, put it into words like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's something I'd have to think about. Then I was thinking of the other part of the title, Woe is Me, and just a whole other like dimension of this entire project kind of opened up before me. So this is another thing that I'm gonna have to treat kind of delicately. Another behavior of people with depression. We really like to make it known that we are depressed and that everything sucks. And I mean that's yeah, I don't know how much more there's to say than that other than like reiterating we like to just I don't know say these things kind of like express in some way these things going on in our mind, whether it's often through humor is what I notice. Some people do it, very seriously, often like
Mm-hmm.
almost tangentially, saying these things in conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And from the outside, seeing this, seeing someone in just like an ordinary conversation suddenly dump some terrible things about their life or making like a really uncomfortable self-deprecating joke, from the outside it can look kind of like, I mean, annoying is one way to put it. It can look irritating. Sometimes there's even like a malicious angle that can be, gleaned from that. And the trouble with that behavior is that it is in a lot of ways problematic. Trauma dumping is something you shouldn't do, right? And making a display, so to speak, of your trauma is often not a good thing to do because you might end up triggering someone around you or just, making people uncomfortable. But it isn't done maliciously. People do this sort of thing because they don't know what else to do with these very powerful feelings that they are constantly feeling. You know?
Yeah, I think that's a really great way to put it. It's like reaching out, like in any way.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
necessary.
It is a cry for help because these people do need help. And
Mm-hmm.
the really, unfortunate part of it is that a lot of the things that people who are depressed will do to try to reach out for help or get help will often end up pushing people away. Like depressed people can be really clingy because they're so desperate for love and validation, but
Mm-hmm.
people don't like people who are clingy, and
Yeah.
they can say these things almost out of turn as possibly even a subconscious way of saying, like, please recognize that I'm hurting, but people don't like it when others do that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's it's like it's a very difficult situation all around, and
mm-hmm.
I've been in both sides of that.
Oh
I
yeah, me
think,
too.
obviously.
Mm-hmm. To the outsider, it looks like a big display of woe is me. Look at how terrible my life is. Someone please feel bad for me. But
Mm-hmm.
then what often happens is if they're acknowledged, if their pain is acknowledged or their little cry for help is acknowledged, at least personally speaking, what often happens is that they'll then withdraw. They'll say, like, oh no, fuck, I shouldn't have bothered anybody, no, I shouldn't have said anything, this is all stupid and it doesn't matter. You're running contrary to what they were just doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
And
think absolutely.
yeah. And then going off of that, I had the thought that, a big, not even just like a big, just a display of your trauma to try to make it known that you are hurting for whatever reason is going through your mind. That is what this album is. It is what a lot of not only Violet's music is, but a lot of just people's music is this way of expressing yourself. But if we're looking at this internally, because you know speaking on trauma is a lot more palatable when it's made through art. But I imagine that from the perspective of the artist, they might be looking at this stuff that they made, basically like, spilling their guts onto the page or through these instruments and having it be seen by God knows how many people. One might think, like, are you just like doing this attention? Are you trying to make people feel bad for you? Like, they'll, I imagine, getting that like self-consciousness that the depressed person feels when they make an out of line self-deprecating joke and are like noticed by someone.
Yeah, actually, that kind of got me thinking because honestly, I think Monarch like so stands out in its discography. Not to say her other albums don't touch on like similar feelings or emotions or subject matter, but like it, even its like cover imagery, its presentation, it just feels distinctly darker, and that's definitely for any artist. Like it's vulnerable. It's very vulnerable, and I think it can be seen by a lot of people like as something like unwanted. I think that's true putting out like any piece of art really, but like especially so when it's so like uh intrinsically emotional and personal in a way in a way that Monarch is.
Mm-hmm. And it's a very like almost weird position to be in. I imagine, especially for an artist of Violet's size, and this just I feel like this song is like kind of a metatextual acknowledgement of the position of this piece of art, so to speak, perhaps in a little bit of a like self-deprecating way. Because I look at a piece like Monarch of Monsters, and I, in some part, understand a lot of the struggles that went into this album and what it's expressing. And what I don't, fully understand, I recognize is like extremely painful and extremely informative to this artist. Uh,
Mhm.
but I'm just, I guess, thinking like internally, if I were to make a piece of art that was super vulnerable and talked a lot about my very specific personal issues, and a lot of people were talking about it and like looking at it, there might be a part of me that like becomes self-conscious of it, to feel like I am just saying, oh, woe is me, everybody feel bad for me. And I mean, the like, again, metatextual stuff going on with this song and that through line through the album is especially relevant because Monarch is technically Violet's most, like, I think most popular album. Maybe Cutie Marks got more attention, but I mean, if you go by YouTube view counts, certainly of her last several albums, Monarch has far and away the most views.
I actually first heard of Violet through Can Opener's Notebook.
Oh, that's interesting.
It just came on like Apple Music Shuffle one day,
Oh.
uh, and that's how I first heard Violet. That's how I had
Mm-hmm.
initially been like exposed to her, and I really liked it.
Do you remember which song?
Oh god, I think it was Angelfish.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
That was a good one.
Hmm.
I think that all of her songs are good. Every single one.
True.
I actually, I call myself a big Violet fan. I haven't actually listened to all of her music.
I mean, like I say, Low Roar is my favorite like artist, but I haven't listened to all their albums either. So like, I get it.
Yeah. Makes me want to talk to a Buckethead fan.
Buckethead,
Yeah. Oh, are you not familiar with Buckethead?
not a bit.
He's a guitarist, and his gimmick is that he wears a bucket on his head.
Oh wait, is that the KFC guy? The KFC hat
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, I do know Buckethead.
He has an absurd amount of music.
Ah, damn. Okay.
Yeah. But this, like, I guess, kind of thing going on with depression, with trauma, and how it feels to make that stuff known. I realize that it's like a big part of this narrative. Uh, and especially, it's really kind of, part of it is highlighted with this other quote that I nabbed from the novella. This is taking place narratively during the song Sludge, when um, Wolf commits ritualistic suicide. It
Hmm.
says, before the crowd, she declared her every mistake, transgression, temptation, and sin with unshakable precision and specificity. In this, she beckoned for onlookers to jeer and scorn, though many abstained. And oh my god, so
Oh, holy shit.
that's another thing. That's something that I forgot to mention. Like when someone, I'll I'll say that when I would make a self-deprecating joke, just kind of off the cuff, I think most of me did it to try to get someone to say the contrary, you know?
Yeah,
Like I say, oh my god, that's fucking stupid of me. I want someone to say, no, you're not stupid, because I just feel like it's something that I need to hear because I don't feel that. And, we like validation, but I am someone who has especially like craved validation for most of their life.
for sure.
But what would often happen is that if it was opposed, I'd like wonder, wait, why do you think that? Like, no, you're not supposed to do that. And I think what's happening here is that like it's more just a general behavior of mine that's kind of coloring my perception here. I've had too many moments to count where I've thought to myself, why are you being so nice to me? Why can't you just hurt me the way that I want to be hurt? That's what's happening with Wolf there. She's laying out everything that she feels she's done wrong. She's insisting to these people that she is a horrible person and insisting that they agree with her. She wants these feelings of hers, these feelings of self-loathing to be validated. Like any belief, she has this belief and she wants it to be validated.
Yeah. It. God, it's. I know I keep saying that, but God, it's just really.
Yeah.
It's.
I have a little bit of mixed feelings on the novella, but there is a lot of stuff in there that's like really potent.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end there, though many abstained, and I read that line and immediately think that must be so frustrating for her.
Yeah.
Because obviously, it's better that they don't, but like, again, from the perspective of the person doing these things, you want these things, repeated back to you. You want to be hurt the way that you feel you deserve. And it can be frustrating when that expectation is not met, even though it's, even though that wouldn't be good for you.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of hitting me now, like the symbolic purpose that I know there's a specific name for it, but I'll just call it the ritual serves. Because, I'll admit I kind of fell victim to the kind of immediate thought of like, wow, isn't this kind of like, edgy? Because it is like a very, very intense scene. Wolf killing herself in a brutal way, and then the detailing of like the defiling of her body and its complete annihilation. But now talking about all of this stuff, I'm starting to wonder if this ritual, I was talking about how the heretic, woe is me, especially that part, woe is me, is kind of like a commentary on the position of this album and its purpose. And I'm wondering if that ritual and, in some part, Sludge as a song is then a kind of symbolic summation of what this album is. Wolf in that ritual literally spills her guts to a crowd of people. This album is Violet spilling her guts to thousands and thousands of people.
I never get. That's really true.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Yeah.
And then you think about the like reactions of the crowd that she's doing this in front of. I don't know how much it's detailed in the song or how much you like know about it. It is mentioned in the song now that I think about it. But the novella, details that what's happening there is that she, states all of these things, basically telling everybody every sin that she can, even think of, and then killing herself, and then like details like various reactions from the crowd, from horror to just apathy. But then there is the sect of the crowd that has started looking to Wolf as like almost a religious figure. The title of the album, Monarch of Monsters, refers to the title that Wolf has earned through her violent actions. Like, people have started seeing Wolf as like kind of a religious figure of rebellion, almost a martyr, I guess you could say, especially with this act. And they like pounce on her body and again defile it and destroy it. And so that to me is kind of reminiscent of what can happen when you release a piece of art out into the world, when you've spilled your guts and made this display in front of everybody, and now it's there for them to do as they please with. And in that process of that piece of art being consumed, primarily by people who kind of see you in this parasocial, almost reverent light, your presence in this work can kind of just dissolve. It can be kind of destroyed in favor of, this is what us audiences do, which is take this piece of work and make it our own with our own interpretations and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Am I making sense here, or am I babbling?
Absolutely. Like, no. That definitely makes sense. I just never considered sludge like that, to be quite honest with you.
I hadn't either.
It's a really interesting analysis. Oh.
This is happening just now.
Like, I absolutely think you're right there. Like, I need to listen to Sludge again to fully get it, I think, but that idea of like presentation and like demonstration and sacrifice being torn apart in that way is very, very like metatextually symbolic, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Oh yeah. This fucking album, man.
Cinema. It's cinema.
I agree. It is
Absolute
cinema.
pony.
So true. It is absolute pony.
Mm-hmm.
I get a little winded talking about going off like that.
For sure. Mm-hmm. Forgot to breathe.
Yes, I have to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any additional thoughts on The Heretic Woes Me?
Honestly, that's about it for Heretic, I think,
Okay.
for me.
All right. And then after that, there's Survivor's Guilt.
Saying anything is trying too hard. The silence
also really I say this with every song, but I also
Me
really
too.
like this song. Hmm.
It's catchy.
It is like I love the intro to it too. It reminds me so much of Underscores' horror movie soundtrack.
Mm.
Mhm.
That is a song I'm not as
I
familiar with.
it's off of her concept album Wall Socket.
Yep.
I think like uh they're both pretty similar, like in significance, if I can remember what horror movie soundtrack is about. Because that album is very it's a lot less direct than Monarch is.
Mhm. Does it explore a lot
Yeah,
of the same themes though?
it's uh trigger warning for this song, obviously, but it like it's trigger warning for this video. What am I talking about? uh but like it talks about the narrator in horror movie soundtrack. It's talking about the narrator's desire to be rid of this nothingness that she feels, and
Mm-hmm.
she thinks the only way that she can get rid of that is via suicide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
Like it's oh sorry.
no, I was just gonna say that like in editing, I'm gonna be putting a trigger warning before all of this.
Okay, oh, I figured.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Did you have proceeding thoughts?
uh, I think I just gotta look at the lyrics of Survivor's Guilt again real quick.
Oh yeah, no problem. Uh, when looking at this song, I if there's any song where it makes a ton of sense to start from the title, it's this one.
Hmm.
And again, like context, context, context. What's important,
That's
dear listener, to like keep in mind when listening to this song is the knowledge that Violet is a public figure. She is a public artist whose work is seen by thousands of people.
mhm.
And for any preceding uh, analysis, probably be looking at like Wolf as a character, because fortunately, Wolf is also stated in the narrative, especially the novella, to be sort of a public figure. Like she's a fairly well-known performer, is what her status is. I'm just
I,
giving you room to do your
for
thing.
sure. Uh-huh. Uh I I do see with like Survivor's Guilt, uh well there are like similar things musically going on, I think, to horror movie soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Uh Survivor's Guilt is definitely more about like uh being perceived uh by the people around you, and how that's contextual, and how your own perspective like influences how you think other people see you, I guess, if that makes sense. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and influences, and that, of course, influencing your own actions. Because, uh, like, this is the song representing, like, Wolf's trail of murders, right?
Uh, I mean, it's definitely like in
Mhm.
there in the like
Yeah.
undercurrent of the song being, yet they've never seen my fangs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely think this song is about, like, that dichotomy between being seen as a performer beforehand with lines like smile for the cameras, everyone loves you,
Mm-hmm.
and then later going into like 'Cause saying anything is too hard, but silence is a bastard. Out on the edge of the knife, oh my, letting the audience fester. Like how people have like seen her change, like as- have changed how they see her, rather,
Mm-hmm.
if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Also worth stating that these lyrics are just like really well written and
They
poetic.
are. Hmm.
Ugh, I love this album.
Real.
I don't know if I've made that clear, but I enjoy this album a little bit.
Hmm. I thought you hated it.
I fucking hate pony music.
Hmm. Real. I'm done with pony music.
This shit's for little girls.
True.
uh, I think that the big thing with Survivor's Guilt is the emotion that it's titled after. Survivor's Guilt being the guilt that you have survived something when others have not. The question of, why wasn't it me? Or wondering, like, what you did to, quote, deserve this. A
Mhm.
very, very potent um, bit of feeling for, again, someone who's depressed and is constantly looking for reasons to say that they don't deserve good things, and they that's the gist of it, actually. But as opposed to what you typically see in relation to survivor's guilt largely being natural disasters, the survivor in survivor's guilt refers to surviving trauma, essentially. And it can be trauma in any form. There's obviously going to be the implication of sexual trauma, but
Mhm.
if I'm just going off of the things I have more experience with, depression is something that you survive because depression is something that kills.
Yeah.
And though you can survive depression, a lot of the mindset, a lot of the thoughts that it burdens you with will linger. And so surviving depression often means living a lot of your life wondering why you got to be one to survive when other people don't. And so this song comes from a place of like, what have I done to deserve what I have or where I am right now? And that's in large part, what did I do to deserve coming out of this depression, of surviving the things I have? But it's also, what did I do to deserve this attention, this crowd of people that love me? Like, would they still love me if they knew who I was, the things that I've done? It's like,
Mhm.
knowing that you're being perceived, knowing that people are looking at you, and like, wondering how that might change if they knew who you really were.
Yeah. I definitely think that goes back to the whole idea and like the whole reference point of all this from like the performance angle of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like just presenting yourself in a way,
Mm-hmm.
which I also must say is I cannot ignore is also indicative slightly of the trans experience. Like in that presenting yourself one way and presenting yourself in another, and the reactions you get from that. Not to compare like Wolf directly to that because it's obviously not a one to one, but like emotionally, the tone of this song is very similar to that. I find like that dichotomy
I had not.
between
Sorry.
that dichotomy between like uh, like realizing something in yourself for better or for worse. Uh, Obviously for better in coming out as trans, for worse probably in killing a bunch of people. uh, but like, God, sorry.
You're fine.
But just the idea of like uh, presenting these identities and this discrepancy between how you're treated before and how you're treated after, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I had not thought about it from that angle, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
When,
Thank you.
yeah, of course. This is something that I've been really thinking about because I'm a amazing Digital Circus fan. But I think that, you know, culturally there's going to be a tendency for people to dismiss trans readings of stories, which I think is just unfair on its face
Mm-hmm.
because, like, you know, we can interpret art in ways that almost just don't even make sense when considering the artist. Like,
For
if a
sure.
piece of art speaks to a specific person's experience, then, like, you know, that's reasonable, that's valid, that's kind of inevitable. But
Yeah.
I think that the notion that trans readings are like reaching or ridiculous when considering a piece of art made by a trans person is like extra ridiculous. Like,
Yeah. Even if not made by a trans person, I think there's still like some warrant to queer reading of any media.
exactly.
Like I think I was telling you this before, but one of my favorite interpretations of John Carpenter's The Thing is the analysis of it through like uh, homosocial and like homoerotic behavior, and sort of the monster as like an analog for homophobia or AIDS or something of the like. Uh, Obviously, AIDS wasn't even out then, but again, it's all contextual. Like,
That was before it was released.
AIDS was AIDS was before. No, AIDS was after the thing released.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I thought I got very confused because I thought you referred to AIDS as being released,
Oh, I
like it has
was.
patch notes. Okay,
I don't know, just
you
your
pushed up.
phrasing.
Yeah, sorry.
And also, there's that joke in Xavier Renegade Angel. I need some of that stuff that the government made. Crack? No, the other one. AIDS.
Jesus Christ. I did not think we'd get to Xavier Renegade Angel. I'm gonna be very real.
Like, everything circles back to Xavier Renegade Angel.
It always does.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
But
Oh God.
yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The queer readings, trans readings of media, that's like totally natural because, you know, that's being queer is intersected with the human experience. It's not like just a separate thing. You know, we're still people. We still have people who
Hmm.
have people experiences, and being queer is a part of the people experience that just some people don't experience, at least not as like directly.
Hmm. For sure.
Which is all to say that putting my hand on your shoulder and going, "Don't worry, your trans reading of this album made by a trans person is valid."
True. Thank you.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And it also just like makes sense when looking at the text of the art. Like, I can
Hmm.
totally see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really like the thematic identity of this song just because it's like not an angle you often see You know, a lot of art about depression is about being depressed, which, you know, makes a lot of
Hmm.
sense because that's when you're feeling these things most potently. But this is a piece of art, or this is a song about when you've, in at least some sense, made it out of the worst of it and are looking back with these lingering thoughts and lingering insecurities and thinking, why did I deserve this?
Hmm.
It's also why Arches is one of my favorite stories ever because it's a like quote post depression story.
I still have not indulged in Arches.
I fucking love that game. Uh, I did a podcast episode on it. Whoa, that's crazy.
Uh, oh, shout out. Link. There's a link. I'm forcing you to put in a link. Click the I button
I
and click the thing above.
I've actually never done that with any of my videos.
I'm gonna fucking make you, I guess.
Okay, it'll be a cute
Hmm.
challenge for me, I guess, figuring out how to
Hmm.
do that. All right, yeah, sure. I'll figure it out.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
I think I have probably time, like not to rush you through this analysis, but I do have time for like one other uh song left
Okay,
before I have to head out.
we're gonna have to stop before the Waffle House equation. Damn
The Waffle House equation.
it. Dude, Violet's fans are fucking funny.
Hmm.
Superman smiling, the Waffle House equation. It's um, but yeah, that's totally fine. Um,
Hmm.
the Waffle House equation is a big one, so maybe it makes sense to save that. Just one more
Oh,
thing on Survivor's Guilt. I'm looking at this outro, and it's interesting. It's also interesting musically because it's when the song suddenly gets kind of aggressive, and
mhm.
there's, well, I mean, I see one of the ways Violet opened up my world is she showed me the way music can be used like potently as a as a way to tell stories, you know. And she does a lot of things to intertwine you know, the stories expressed through the lyrics with what's happening in the music. And so I'm naturally thinking like, all right, why does the end of the song suddenly get really aggressive? What these lyrics are is it's just too much to come clean, too little to just breathe. I forgive you, but I still can't sleep. The first line, I think, is the kind of easiest one to parse. It's just too much to come clean. That's basically saying, like, no, I can't admit to everything I've done. It's too much. These things need to stay hidden away. The rest, thoughts, opinions, concerns?
Oh, n- not particularly.
Okay, that's okay.
So,
No, that's all right. Those last two lines are interesting to me, especially like given this is surrounded by Wolf's self-loathing. The fact that presumably she is saying, I forgive you," but you know, obviously there's the last line, "But I still can't sleep." So clearly, the guilt is still keeping her up,
mhm.
even if she can find some forgiveness of herself.
I I think that is really interesting though, because like I've, you always see that a lot. I've never like personally experienced that, but you always see that in like uh this sounds weird, but like television and things such as like uh where somebody's forgiven or admonished of the things that they have done, but nonetheless their actions are like still haunting something. This is
Mm-hmm.
gonna sound slightly weird, but I I think obviously to Negan from The Walking Dead,
Mm-hmm.
like, and I think it's very interesting to spin that like dichotomous kind of narrative and point it inward like that. I think it's like really really interesting, especially in Wolf's case of something like so intense,
Mm-hmm.
like. Mhm.
Any other thoughts on the song as a whole?
Oh, I like it a lot.
Me too.
Mhm. I also actually was wrong when I said earlier that Pest and Play Dead were my favorites. Next song is probably my favorite, actually.
Vitality Glitch.
Yeah.
It is a good one. I these tracks, Heretic, Survivor's Guilt, Vitality Glitch, I slept on them heavily when I was, first listening to the album. If you go back to my 2024 albums review, you can even see that I said that like some of the songs aren't as strong, and I mean, I technically still feel that way because I feel that there's two songs that just stand like a head above everything else for me. But these days, like, not every song is fucking amazing.
It's it's all really good.
Okay, so
Mhm.
I neglected something. Before we move on to Vitality Glitch, if it's okay with you, I
Done.
want to discuss the album cover, and then we can see if we have time
Yes.
with Vitality Glitch after that.
Hmm. Hmm.
Because I suppose you and I can get the appreciation out of the way before I start ranting.
The colors, the fucking colors
Yeah.
alone. Like I've never seen something like pop that like like beautifully since like the First Class Beach album's cover art. It's just
Oh, yeah. Good
it's
show.
fucking beautiful. Like the gradient in the sky in the background, like the tree with like the roots colored like brown meshing with the red light, making it like almost look like it's bleeding. The leaves kind of blue. Like, oh god.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's just like a. I'm not like an art person. I don't know a lot about art. So when I say it's, you know, got amazing composition, take that with like, I don't know, an entire container of table salt.
Hmm.
I all I can say is, wow, it looks really pretty, and then look at it symbolically, because
Hmm.
I went to school for English. Uh,
English away, my good
yeah.
bitch. Was this? That
What?
was me.
What, calling me your good bitch?
Never mind. I was referencing a meme or something. I don't know.
Were you referencing Half-Life VRAI?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. When Bubby says that. Yes.
It's Coomer who says that
It
actually.
was okay. My good bitch.
You're wrong, my good bitch. Or you'd be wrong, I think. I don't fully
I think
remember.
it's
You thought wrong, my good bitch.
I think it's like hello or something. I forget. Fuck it. Never mind.
Does he? I
Cover it.
cover art. It's pretty meaningful that you get this album cover, but then the full art is when you see that the roots of that tree in the background go much deeper than you see on like the cover.
Mm, yes.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And this one's pretty easy to place. I think what's happening on the album cover here is what occurs in Huntress. It's Wolf and
Yep.
Arya making love,
Hmm.
which to me is like the emotional turning point of the story. So, and it's just like a very evocative, an especially evocative moment in a narrative fucking full of them. And so I think it's a really like great choice for the album cover, especially with
I,
the
I,
just blend of intense emotions happening in that scene, which are just fucking beautifully depicted in this piece.
yeah.
Because there's a lot going on in that scene that I'll save for when we talk about Huntress. I have so much to say.
Mm.
But here's the thing, Roux. My beef is largely with a particular person, but it does extend to like general attitudes that you often see with this kind of stuff. My beef is with Brad Taste in Music. Now,
I don't know Brad taste in music at all.
bless your soul. Um, because my beef with him is going to be near the bottom of the list of shit that you could have beef with him for, because he's, as far as I'm aware, basically gone for the internet because it came out that he's like a terrible person.
Ooh.
But back when I didn't know that, he reacted to the wallflower equation. And I remember him looking at this cover art and like kind of inquiring as to what's going on there. And then he said, I don't know if I want to know. And it just, it irked me just a little bit. Because,
That is no.
yeah,
If you're not gonna, it
go off, sister.
it's it's like analyzing a movie without knowing its title. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's like it's the in such like an audio format. It's very much like it's a still that we're given to like we're given this like short bit of imagery, and it's meant to be like taken in stride with the album. Like you're seeing it like basically the whole way through while you're listening. It's not something that you can just ignore. It's something that has to be dissected alongside the content of the album itself, not just like the songs itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. Album titles or album covers are, you know, picked for a reason. Generally, they are meant to communicate something about the album. I was just like going through album covers in my head. I don't know why. The one that jumped to mind is Willoughby Tucker I'll Always Love You by Ethel Cain.
Mm, yeah.
Because it's a pretty like simple album cover. It's a boy or a man just like, you know, turned away from the viewer, but that
Mm-hmm.
alone is enough to tell you something about the themes of the album. The fact that he's kind of depersonalized by just not seeing his face, the choice
Mm-hmm.
to not reveal his face, you know?
I I think like even the fact that like he's not like looking at the camera is almost also like it implies some sort of lack of presence, which is obviously what a lot of
Oh, yeah.
especially the end half of Willoughby Tucker is about. Like obviously losing Willoughby Tucker in some sort of way. We're not talking
Mm-hmm.
about Ethel Cain. What am I doing?
Look, like I said, tangents, they just happen here. And,
Mm-hmm.
you know, not only is Ethel Cain fucking great, but you know, there's stuff to talk about. There's a lot of connections you could make with their music, and you know, we were also just giving an example.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, yeah, I completely agree. Like, not only is the album cover like in conversation with the music, but you could even say it's like an extra important piece of the experience since it is intended to in some way summarize the
Mm-hmm.
experience. And like it is just like really dismissive to look at an album cover and just try not to think about it. And you and I know why there's this tendency to dismiss this album cover in particular, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Obviously, Rue and I are going to be a little biased in saying that we got to get over this fucking, like, aversion to furry stuff or things that could be seen as furry. Because Violet doesn't even, like, identify as a furry or involve herself
Mm-hmm.
much in the furry fandom. But, you know, these characters are anthropomorphic animals, and that's enough for people to already get dismissive. Um, then, you know, include the fact that they're clearly engaging in intimacy. And I think what would be happening in Mr. Music's head is that this is just like furry erotica. And that's, I imagine, going to be an easy thing for people to dismiss. I mean, I say I imagine. I'm guilty of it as
Yeah.
well. You
Mhm.
know, I'm
Like, like
go
I
ahead.
was actually just about to fire some shots at another furry artist that I was gonna make a joke about. Well, X artist is just furry erotica music. You can probably interpret who I was going to talk about.
um. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, okay. Again, these are all thoughts coming from someone who has been a furry and involved with furries for many years, but is a flawed human who is prone to prejudices and biases. I I think that a lot of say like it is furry porn is made for that purpose. It's just made to be arousing, and
Mm-hmm.
it's not communicating a lot emotionally. Of course, that is not ubiquitous, and but that's just how it is for all erotic artwork.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of our like Puritanism, part of our Puritan culture, is this kind of innate want to dismiss things that are erotic or sexual in nature, try to lump them in with porn that can just be like dismissed as not worthy of analysis or not having any kind of artistic merit. But that's so not the case. One of my favorite stories is Echo, and that game has sex scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And my favorite album, Monarch of Monsters, the cover of that album is two people, having sex
Mm-hmm.
because it is a part of the human experience, and it can have a lot of like emotional meaning and a lot of emotional weight, and it can be
Absolutely.
used to explore just like all kinds of different branching aspects of the human condition. Like, you want to talk about sex as a theme in relation to like queerness, just a lot there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know, it was just really frustrating to me to see what I think is like a terrific piece of this piece of art, this thing that's communicating something really like emotional and heavy, be dismissed because the closed mind would just see it as like furry porn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I know it's not like just him that thinks that way, and I don't know. I had a bone to pick, and I just want to say like, quit being
Okay.
dismissive. I know it's kind of uncomfortable, but that's also part of the album experience, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Like like I said, the first time I listened through, like it obviously it made me very uncomfortable. Like a lot of the more violent aspects, sure, but like art is going to make people uncomfortable. It should make people uncomfortable. Like art should be like questioning things. It should be positing ideas that are new or challenging to people like who don't necessarily experience them. That's the whole power of it, I think. Like the ability to share like emotional experiences that one can't directly um, put themselves in, but relationally put themselves in, I suppose.
Spitting facts,
Thank
as she
you.
often does.
Woo.
Yeah, that's my whole spiel on the album cover. I think it's really, I mean, I love it. All the artwork for this album is great. I do have favorites. The art that she uses for the wallflower equation, fucking love it.
Look that up real quick.
I can also like send it to you.
Oh, you guys.
Yeah, I've got I bought the album off of Bandcamp, and so with that, I get all of this stuff. Let me see if I can find it. You know what? Well, how much time do you have?
Um, I got like, I can spare like 15 more minutes.
Okay. Sum up your thoughts on Vitality Glitch in 15 minutes. Go.
My vitality is glitching up. Vitality is glitching up.
Oh fuck. Vitality Glitch. Um, I I said it was probably my favorite song of the album, specifically because it's like, uh, its influences from digicore and like alt pop music. Uh, like obviously the intro sounds literally almost something like off of Revenge Seekers by Jane Remover, and the chorus sounds like something from the video game Unbeatable. It's a really good song with a lot of interesting music identity that strings together a lot of cool ideas. You can tell I talk a lot about the music aspect of it more than narrative.
Which
'Cause I,
is super valid. I mean, I'm here for it. I believe me. I love a lot of the, you know, well, obviously I love the music of this album because, you know, I listen to it all the fucking time. But I guess I'm just not as like learned or knowledgeable about music, if that makes sense. I'm trying to get better at that. I'm trying to like learn more so that I can give more proper analysis of the music itself. But, you know, obviously if I have someone here who is even more knowledgeable about that stuff than me, then all the better.
we're a machine working together to analyze one piece of art.
Exactly.
True.
Trook, some call it.
And your thoughts on it initially?
I mean, by the way, here's the art.
Oh, that's the album art.
Yeah.
Editor, put this up in post.
Yeah, I can do that.
I don't.
No problem.
Okay. But yeah, that is sick. I love the wolves
Yeah.
biting, like with the cross eyes too. Oh my god, that's
Yeah,
so good.
The cross eyes is a frequent symbol in the artwork. Like, Wolf is often depicted as having that cross in her eyes. It's there in yeah, most of the album artwork, actually. A lot of it. Okay, Vitality Glitch. I guess it kind of works out that I don't have as much to say on this one, both from a music perspective and lyrically. I mean, it goes without saying that I adore this song. I think that it's almost like a reprieve, sort of. Like, it has a bit of a softer sound, like a more mellow sound, and almost has a slightly more like upbeat kind of poppy feel to it, but it's also just drenched in the melancholy that, you know, is a big part of this album's identity. So
Mhm.
it's not a tonal switch at all. It slots right in.
For sure. Like, I think that's why the digicore stylings work really well for me, because like I've always felt that genre is very melancholic.
Mm.
Li- mhm.
Sounds like you have
Like,
more to introduce me to.
oh, I do. You're getting chain remover on your podcast. That sounds like I'm inviting chain remover to the
Oh, I
podcast.
thought
That
that
would
is
be
what you were
fucking
talking about.
no, no, no. That would be insane.
I I'm gonna be honest. Chances aren't high, but I'll see if I can pull some strings.
Hmm. Hmm.
What were you gonna say?
I lost my train of thought.
Oh, okay, my bad.
All good. All good.
Part of my thing is that I have yet to find like a specific theme that Vitality Glitch really touches on. It has a piece in like storytelling. Like it serves as a
Mhm.
specific point in the narrative, and you can see that in part with the title Vitality Glitch. This is the point in the story where you're really seeing the transformations that Violet has gone under in the process of, you know, becoming this monster.
Mhm.
There again, there's a lot of like textual stuff going on. Like she's absorbing the magic, I think it was, of the people she's slain, and that's, you know, her body's having trouble handling that.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. The only thing I think that I can obviously glean is the whole like that it's alive at the end as an homage to Frankenstein
Mm-hmm.
in like the image of like creating a monster.
Oh, fucking duh.
Oh,
No, sorry, that wasn't directed at you. It's like, even looking at that, I was thinking, I wonder what relation that has to, you know, the story. But no, you're absolutely right.
mhm.
I'm.
It's it's okay, liberal. Sometimes I'm not
What?
gonna do that. I'm not gonna do the chat voice. Never mind.
Oh,
That was
okay.
rude.
Yeah, I'm sorry if that seemed rude. Like I was saying, "Psh, yeah,
No, 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 no.
okay,
You're fine.
Captain Obvious over here."
Okay.
uh, right. I remember this specifically from the previous recording. I feel like this song almost has like this feeling of, what would you call it? Almost acceptance, like
Hmm.
giving up, so to speak. Like
Hmm.
it kind of has that tone to it. Like Wolf is in such a low place, and she's starting to just kind of accept that and accept this particular emotion, I guess, or like taking it in. There's a phrase I'm looking for that it just isn't coming to mind right now.
Yeah. Uh, I can't think of it either. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
Mhm.
And I see this song as like largely a collection of lines that again speak to the experience of depression and speak to that specific state of mind of being in this just terrible headspace for so long that you just reach the point where you just let it happen.
Mhm.
There's this
Yeah.
line I can't see a future. I can't see a past. We'll add that to the list.
True.
Something depression does is it basically locks you in the present while, convincing you that this present is like awful to exist in.
Mm-hmm.
And that isn't to say that your present isn't awful to exist in. If you have depression, it often is. But it seeks to eliminate, the past so that, you aren't able to learn or reminisce, and it seeks to eliminate the future because it doesn't want you thinking that you can look forward to anything or that there is any future for you.
Mm-hmm.
And it brings to mind another piece from the novella. This one is from the chapter titled Vitality Glitch. Indeed, she fleetingly could not remember anything at all. The many years she had spent growing up, meeting people, leaving people, going places, living places, doing things, achieving things, thinking things, feeling things, eating things, having things, giving things, touching things, breaking things, loving things, hating things, knowing things, and forgetting things, had all amounted to an only singularity of undiluted nothing.
God, that's a really good way to put it. That's just so evocative of all of the feelings of this album and of just depression. That's
Mm-hmm.
God, that's really good.
What was it that you were talking about earlier? Because that at the end there, I undiluted nothing. I know earlier. Oh, right, you were talking about the underscores song
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that feeling of emptiness, of nothingness.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's. You almost wonder if it's worse than this enormous burden of like sadness or pain or angst is feeling nothing at all.
Mm-hmm.
It does both. Depression, I mean, what often happens, thinking back to my experience with depression, what would often happen is that I'd have this episode of just tremendous self-loathing and sadness, and when my mind eventually tired of it, because you can't keep that up forever, I just felt nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of grew
Yeah.
numb to it, and that's definitely something that I think is like expressed in this song, is being at that place of having experienced so much pain for so long and finally being at the point where you're starting to grow numb to it. And
Yeah.
it's in some part a relief. Like, part of the reason why people commit suicide is because they believe that absolute nothingness is preferable to the pain that they're constantly feeling.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that us humans are not really wired to feel nothing, and feeling nothing is often accompanied by that little nagging in the back of your head to do something. Like, we don't generally want to be completely numb to everything around us.
Absolutely. Like, the brain doesn't even want to be, like, chemically speaking.
Yeah,
Here
that's
I
a good
am
point.
Biologizing again.
No, go off.
Like, the brain doesn't like doing that. It's they say we're social creatures because that's how we were wired to be and to develop our brains for like centuries. And like, when like that's not the case, like either through depression or through like derealization or just lack of like positive or really any emotion. Like the brain doesn't know how to handle that. Like it's, and I know that's a very like common trait of depression, and it's like disconcerting that it's so, I guess, prevalent today. That so many people we know, including ourselves, I guess, like experience it.
Yeah. And I also remember it's it's interesting. This in the novella, this is the point where Wolf shatters her mirror, which is has some symbolism in and of itself, and cuts herself with the glass. And you see that in the song artwork as well, which I can try to pull up for you here. And like, I have never gotten to the point of cutting myself, but I have done things to hurt myself.
Yeah.
And what I remember about that is that I did it because I just wanted some kind of escape from the pain I was feeling. I thought that it would, maybe do something. And what often did happen is by the time I stopped, I did just feel numb. And
Yeah.
again, I was in the state of mind where I thought that'd be preferable to the pain. But then I'm also thinking pain could be an attempt to escape the numbness, to
I
make
think,
yourself feel anything at all.
yeah. I I think that actually is probably what this song is about, thinking more deeper about it. Going back to that the Frankenstein metaphor that we talked about earlier,
Mhm.
that was like a big plight of the monster in the novel.
Oh yeah.
That its experience was nothing but pain, and it would either need somebody who would understand it, or it would die. And in a lot of interpretations, that's either the bride of Frankenstein uh, in like most interpretations, or in, I don't know if you've seen Guillermo del Toro's, it's Victor himself taking that role of misery. Actually, also in the novel in that case, I suppose it's. I think it's the idea of like uh, just suffering. I suppose, like the idea of inflicting something upon oneself, or being tired of being stuck in such a situation that like it's unbearable, I suppose.
God, yeah, you're absolutely right. Um, I I call myself a media analyst. I didn't think about the source material that sample at the end is referencing. But you're
I just
absolutely right. There's a lot of connection there.
I just like Frankenstein.
I see. I actually did read the novel Frankenstein for school. I
Mhm.
specifically remember that I went into the book just skimming to try to, just get out of the way, get the assignment done. But pretty quickly, I just started straight up reading it because
It's
I
amazing.
was invested. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's a good book. It's a good story.
Yeah. All right. I think it's about time for me to head out. So if you've got any closing thoughts on Vitality Glitch,
Um,
now's a good time.
I think it's a good song. I think it's a
Me
good
too.
album. I think Violet Pony is a good artist. I love music, and I love trans
Me
people.
too. Me too.
Whoa. I suppose well, hopefully we can continue this another time. I
Oh, for
have
sure.
had a ton of fucking fun. I don't know about you.
Me
So,
too. This was
oh,
awesome.
good. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
So, I'll let you go and we'll continue this another time.
All right. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
5 minutes later.
Okay, we're both good and we're live. Except we're not actually live because this is a recording.
We're live in studio. Anybody watching this right now, you can join in at 500
Don't
Minecraft.com.
don't try. Does that go anywhere, or are you just making shit up?
I'm just bullshit.
Okay.
I have no idea what we were talking about last time. It was really just at all matches the mood.
I think we were talking about like some album that like a furry put out or something. Violet doesn't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Violet doesn't actually classify herself as a furry, but you know, she's made the
That's-
joke.
That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's been a minute. I've changed profile pictures, and I don't think anything else has actually changed between recordings. So we can probably just mosey right on along with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's changed.
Okay. Last time, we left off on the wallflower equation. Okay. I mean, I'm excited to talk about this song because, hey, can you guess what my feelings are on this song? I fucking love it. I really love this song.
Really? You
Yeah.
like the Pony song? That's
I
crazy.
do. I
What
do. And, you know, when I was first becoming acquainted with this album, this is the first one that really, like, captivated me. You know, going through it, there was stuff I enjoyed, but I didn't really form very solid opinions on all the tracks. It's just what tends to happen when I listen to albums. But this one really got me.
Yeah.
Main highlights being the like jazz interlude. I was really captivated by that, and then of course the climax at the end.
I'm a big jazz head.
Are you? I did not
Like
know that.
post jazz. So this song is up my alley.
Okay, I don't know if I could say I'm a jazz person. All I can say is that I really like what this song is doing. I mean, yeah, and Violet has stated or professed a lot of like prog rock influences in the entire album, but you especially see that in tracks like this with the like big long composition. I remember saying somewhere that it was a big inspiration for the drumming. I love the drumming in this song.
It's very good.
Yeah, despite being a guitar player primarily, I'm very fascinated by percussion, and I love paying attention to it and seeing what it's doing, and it's just so like energetic in this song, for lack of a better term. So glad that reminded me. I forgot something fucking crucial when they were talking about survivor's guilt. In the intro to the song, there's a really fucking sick drum fill.
True. There is.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like put it in here for demonstration in editing.
Cue it up. Jamie, pull up the clip.
Oh god, I don't want to be associated with him. uh, yeah. This is a running theme, but I like how this song sounds, and I have to. What do you think about the acoustic outro?
I have it pulled up really quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to remind myself here.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, I'm a big fan. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah. Okay.
It was a very surprising beat. This is gonna be a weird pull, but it kind of reminded me of like a lot of indie folk bands I listen to, like the Decemberists. Maybe like a slight like Jeff Magnum kind of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
He's very interesting.
It's
And oh, sorry.
no. I was gonna like go off on some other shit. So if you were gonna say something.
I was just gonna say the twang on it is really good. I love
Yes.
like the lo-fi vibe to it. Like you can hear the analog warmth to it.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
good.
Which is the kind of thing that will never ever be replicated by AI. It won't be. Like, I don't know. I get why this is a whole other like thing, kind of disconnected from the album. I get why when people come across a slightly eclectic and really cool piece of art that they say AI could never recreate this. I get why that's the thing, but also like God, I miss when we could just appreciate art without having to like compare it to AI. I miss the world without generative AI, and the world without generative AI wasn't good or anything, but like holy shit.
In my youth, I used to be like a big AI head.
Oh yeah.
Like back, like this was before Gen AI really became a thing. When I was like probably like 14 or 15, just getting into computer science stuff. Like, I thought, like text gen stuff could have been like amazing for the process of like not generation, but like I hate to say accessibility issues because I just feel like an asshole that's just being like, oh, people can't draw, like they have to use AI. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like, kind of like for like text to speech implications for like vocal synthesis, like those kind of issues, not like deep fake.
Yeah, exactly. Like, generative AI has its uses. Just keep it the fuck away from art. And, you know, we might need to keep jobs too, instead of laying off all our employees and then realizing after the fact that actually AI is, like, way more expensive to upkeep and does half as good of a job.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I don't know.
Violet Pony, if you see this, don't use AI.
Oh,
Please.
I
know.
yeah, staunchly anti-AI. That's never happening. The closest, well, like, okay, so I guess this is my ignorance showing. How do Vocaloids work? Because I don't see that like falling under like Gen AI, but it is like fake voices, you know.
From what I understand, this is gonna sound like a bit crazy, but I think it's a lot like Animal Crossing, where like every
Oh.
syllable of a word is pre-recorded, and it's kind of mixed together, like awful analogy, but like a YouTube poop.
Okay.
Link, you must choose.
Because you know, famed pop star Hatsune Miku has a really cool thing she did. She worked with a relatively small creator, Violet Pony, on Love and Pony Step.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so
She's also worked with with a relatively small crater, Toby Fox on Delta Road.
That's right. Yeah. It's like, I guess it's one of the good things that come out of like this rise in internet music is that like now even dogs can make music and make music that gets popular enough to work with real people like Hatsune Miku.
Dogs can make music.
Dogs can make music.
That's the big way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do really like this song. Like, I think it's very interesting how it blends a lot of different, like, generic elements. And I say that not in, like, the way of standardness, but in the way of, like, genre itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can see, like, a lot of post-rock influences, like Swans kind of stuff, in especially, like, the intros. It reminds me a lot of To Be Kind, especially. Not, like, the song, but the album itself.
Mm-hmm.
The outro, like I said, reminds me of like a lot of indie folk stuff. The middle is very like post-jazzy, which is, it's just such a weird, like, cool influx of all these different genres that work, that you wouldn't think would work as succinctly as they do in the song.
I mean, you're exactly right. Yeah, everything in this song, including the acoustic outro, which I almost consider like a complete departure from the song, just kind of works. Monarch of Monsters has like a pretty general, broad musical identity in terms of genre, but when you get into it, it is a blend of so much different stuff.
Yeah.
And it's all like fucking seamless.
Like, anytime I go on Apple Music and I see it's labeled under punk, I feel like it is punk, but
Yeah.
it's also not. Like, it's a lot more than that.
Oh yeah,
And
but
I think that inclination to, like, label everything as a genre can be problematic to expressions, blah, blah, blah. But it's helpful from an organizational standpoint.
yeah, of course. I think the like easiest label you can put on this project is like experimental rock, and then the experimental on the Wikipedia page would have like 10 different footnotes. In that experimental is like a lot of shit, and rock is just like one of the components in it.
I think that can be said for like a lot of her discography.
That is also true. Yep.
Like something like Love and Pony stuff that's way more like hyper poppy, but it also has like hip hop elements as well, which is really interesting. I like it. It feels like this, and a little bit of shoegaze, if that makes sense. I feel like it's this really cool confluence of a bunch of different artists I really like. And it's just one artist that's doing a really cool thing on her own.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why. See, I think it's with me and Violet Pony's work. I think it's less that like she does a lot of work with genres that I already know, and it's just that she as an artist has like a direct link into my fucking brain or something, because there have been multiple times when I like went back on some of her previous projects and went, oh, okay, I didn't know I loved music that sounded like this, but I guess I do.
Yeah, I really feel that, because so many of the artists I listen to nowadays, I would never have even given like a second
Oh my
thought
god, yeah,
for.
absolutely.
Like currently my rotation has been like huge into like Mount Erie, Black Country New Road, that kind of stuff. I would have never listened to lo-fi or like jazz rock kind of stuff, and it's just really interesting to see how some of these tastes like change over time like that. And I think that's also what we can kind of see throughout the album a little bit, if that makes sense. Like just an encapsulation of all these different genres and ideas that this one super creative person was like pulling together and making this really cool piece of art on their own.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, yeah, I can't agree more. I've been seeing my taste change almost in real time, because I know that back in like fucking high school, I thought like Tool was the coolest shit ever. I listened to like Dream Theater and just this small collection of like prog metal bands. I don't know what the hell I would have thought of Stomach Book, for example, which I've been listening to a fuck ton of recently. And I would not have given most of Violet's work the fucking time of day. I can guarantee that. Not only because, you know, it just wasn't to my tastes, but honestly, I think part of me would have tried to think that I'm, like, better than it. Some of that, like, ironic detachment kind of shit, which, you know, I was definitely huffing because I was 16 and really depressed.
Mood.
Yeah. And so what this is a PSA to go and listen to music that you think you're better than and learn to love it.
Pick up those old Lemon Demon vinyl records that you have sitting in your collection and haven't played for 3 years because the friend who introduced them to you is an asshole and you don't want to think about them anymore.
This sounds oddly specific, Roux.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
It is.
The song, it's good. I like it. We haven't even talked about the lyrics. Lamau. I like. It's understandable though, because I think, you know, I think discussions like that are the best way to do something that I often feel like I'm not doing good enough, because I love the sound and just the composition of this song so much, but I'm not trained in theory or anything, so I don't really know how to express that. So a 20-minute tangent about like genre and developing music tastes is probably one of the better ways to do that with the tools that I have.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like it's important to know a bit of like theory behind the craft that you're like indulging in, but that's also coming from a film studies perspective, and that's very different. But it's just helpful for understanding like why certain decisions were made. I think.
And I'm trying to learn. I don't fully know where to start, but hey, you know what? I'm writing songs. That's like a start.
True.
But then, okay, yeah. Do you have anything to say on the lyrics?
Ooh. I don't have like a ton to say about the lyrics of this one. Like the instrumental is much more my preferred part of this song. But I do really like Perfumes of Gunpowder and Meat, where I the yolk of singed flesh instead of the conspiracist's daughter. Like that's like very fucking like Neutral Milk Hotel fucking like just heady, really like retrospective metaphorical lyricism that I find like really interesting.
And see, now that you mention it, like there are quite a few that seems to be a big part of the like lyrical style of this album. There is a lot of pretty like blunt expression of what the narrator and perhaps by extension Violet is feeling, but especially Sludge, it is a lot of like metaphor and more, I guess, decentralized lyricism, if that makes sense. Like kind of decoupled from a specific person. Even though there's a, you know, I in there, it is talking about a specific person.
I do get that because at least a lot of the music I listen to is like told from a first person point of view, which is not necessarily in the writing, in the lyrics themselves, but in the writing, if that makes sense. And I think to kind of like focus that back and take it as like a third person kind of thing, as like this observational kind of framework instead of like a subjective one, I find that really interesting.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I don't have a ton of specific things to say about the lyrics. This is always one that I've, like, I haven't fully grasped lyrically. I understand an aspect of what it's about, you know, which you gather from the title. It's like sort of expressing the struggle of trying to fit into a social environment that you don't feel you fit into, but with a lot more like darker implications or tones, which are especially expressed in like, I guess the Genius here calls it the bridge. It's before the instrumental outro. I have like an instinct to call it another outro, where it's just this like explosion of sound and lots of anger, especially in the vocal delivery. Oh, worth stating, Violet's delivery on this song in particular, especially in that climax, kind of unbelievable.
It is kind of insane. I really enjoy it.
It's also really like fucked up and evil and mean, and I want compensation for it, because when I'm singing that song, you know, I have to at least try to hit that high note, but it's it's kind of a little bit of a bitch.
Talk about fucked up and evil.
Yeah.
Let's go on to the next song.
Oh yeah, true. But how do I even like? I guess just before we move on to the next song, if it's okay with you.
That's fine. I wasn't meaning to press on. I was just trying to, I was just trying to offer that up.
Yeah, no, it's true. I remember, because, again, you go through journeys with songs and albums, and I also primarily enjoyed this song from an instrumental perspective. And so when I, at one point, decided to really look into the lyrics of this song and saw the lyrics of the outro, it really took on a different tone for me. Specifically, I'll Ruin You is the big one.
Yeah. I feel like I might have I feel like I might have mentioned in the first half of this recording, but like this part of the album was when like I was actually getting like emotionally uncomfortable, and that is like kind of difficult to happen to me with music.
Me too, yeah.
I was just like, I was honestly very impressed by this whole section. Just like, the I'll Ruin You section is just really good, and I was just like, it's fucked up. And And I think it leads really well into the next song, like I said.
Like, it is a lot happening at once, but it never feels too overwhelming, at least not like to an unpleasant degree, at least to me. And again, Violet's vocal performance, her like screams of anger falling into like almost sounds like desperate singing, and
Yeah.
like part of me wonders if that's a deliberate choice or if what I know about the recording of this album might be the reason for that. And while she was screaming those lines, it got to be too much for her voice, and so she just dropped into something less grating. But it works so fucking well for the like tone of that section, regardless of how it came to be. So
Yeah, it's kind of so cool. It's
yeah, it's really cool. And
sorry.
sorry.
You first.
I was gonna go off on a whole thing. I have one more little thing to say about this song. It's like some personal stuff, so you can go ahead.
Mine was basically just shit posting, so you first.
Okay. And okay, you keep that shit post, and you do not feel bad about bringing it up because again, very serious album with very serious subjects, but at least trying to have a little bit of fun here.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
through this part of the album, like I said, I kind of gotta go through. It's kind of gallows humor, this part of the album for me, or else
Okay.
like I get really uncomfortable.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, it wasn't super recently at this point. It was like a month ago. I remember I was in kind of a bad mood, and I decided to go on a walk and put on Monarch of Monsters, which I don't recommend, by the way. And again, I love this song instrumentally, but like walking in the dark with all these emotions stewing in me, that like synthy outro and the particular chords that are used there, the particular atmosphere that's made in that outro was affecting me in a way that it never had before. And I just kind of, that night I heard this song in like a whole new light, because earlier that day, in fact, I had kind of forced myself to get out of the house and go to an event at a local bookstore in town, and went about how most of my attempts at like social engagement go. I was there just kind of sitting and observing and not talking to anybody for like a good half hour before I just kind of left. And I still had that sitting in my head, and still had this like, I was kind of kicking myself for it, because it is a habit of mine, but also like, how are you supposed to do that kind of thing? I tend to be a wallflower, so to speak. I know the definition of wallflower is like someone who actively pursues or regularly attends parties and social events and just tends to be, the one disconnected from everything. I don't seek them out that much, but I do try to go to social events and stuff because I want to connect with people, because I am so very lonely. But
Yeah,
but I don't know how to like connect to people. I don't know how to talk to people in most cases. And so I guess I was just really feeling that part of this piece when I was listening to it, especially just like as I'm feeling this sense of like isolation or disconnectedness from the people around me, which you definitely get from this narrative, and you can even get from like the artwork of this track, which depicts Wolf in just like a crowd of black and red figures. Although notably in the artwork, she's less completely disconnected from everything and more the central focus of everyone, which it is.
And those blue tones instead of like the red ones that oppose.
Mm-hmm. Oh, ooh.
Oh.
You've given me something else to look for in the artwork of Monarch now.
Color theory.
Yes, exactly. That's a very good point, because I remember when we were talking about the album cover, I'm pretty sure you also mentioned a similar thing going on with like blues and reds.
Mm-hmm.
You know what else uses blues and reds to communicate things, specific things?
Police officers.
Oh, I was gonna say the Amazing Digital Circus.
Oh, true.
But that's not this episode. That would extend this by another 2.5 hours, and we don't need that. So yeah. Oh, and also, like, that night I wrote a poem titled Wallflower, very shamelessly. Which you can find on my blog. There's going to be a link in the description.
Plug it.
Plug it. Did you have anything else to say about the Waffle House equation?
No.
Alright.
I'm just trying to, like, get, like, everything I can out before Princess Coco starts, because, yeah. So, I just wanted to point out that on Genius, the background for the Wallflower equation is the bisexual flag.
Is it? Oh my god, look at that.
Holy fuck.
Holy fuck. I love bi pride. It's great. Are there men on this planet?
Moon?
That is a... Okay. Actually,
You have to include that in
yeah.
the video now.
I mean, I actually clicked on it in Discord, so it might just like show up in the recording. It'll be like kind of in a weird position, but yeah, it'll be there.
Good. Good. Okay, let's get to it.
So, yeah, I am not super sure how to, like, lead off with this, because, you know, there's stuff to talk about in regards to the musicality of this piece. Impressive, like all the other pieces, and there's a very specific tone that this song is going for that it captures extremely well, as I think you could attest to better than I could.
Yeah, like, at its core, I feel like this song is about, like, the intersections of, like, trans misogyny and, like, sexual abuse. And, like, it's an incredibly, like, dark song. This is the song that, like, legitimately made me have a panic attack when I first listened to the album. It's incredibly heavy. But it, like, it's so hard to fucking talk about. Like, the biblical references throughout the song, like the "among the Pharisees" line is probably one of my favorites, and then "frail thorn, petal split," like my fucking god, it's like it's so harrowing, but like in that line completely sums up like everything that the song says, and like the vocal delivery in the first half being almost like, I don't want to say like asthmatic, but it kind of feels like out of breath, like just completely tired, and it's just really. I'm hard done talking about this song. It's just. Yeah. Passing it back to you.
Okay, I understand. I'm looking at the lyrics here, and I mean, yeah, like, again, I have a lot less experience with this kind of subject matter, with, you know, assault than a lot of people, which I feel like makes me less, how would you say, entitled almost to like speak on this subject.
Wouldn't say entitled, but I know what you mean. Like,
Yeah, it's definitely not the best word choice. I mean,
and even me, I don't feel like as entitled to talk about some of this material.
mhm.
Yeah.
But you know, I have some experience, and I can extend empathy, and I can understand what a harrowing experience this has to be, especially for someone as like tormented as Wolf, to go through something that is so like traumatic in a very specific way. I know you talk about derealization in our last recording, and I know that that is something you can very strongly feel. I mean, again, when I went through my own experience with assault, I started dissociating extremely quickly because I just didn't want to be there mentally, I guess. But then to just feel that you are like not a person to these people, which also absolutely plays into the transmisogyny subject that you brought up, which I hadn't even like thought about. But you know, again, that is the kind of thing that you need to understand is going to be woven into a piece like this.
I think that's like, it's such an interesting way of intertwining this. Like, obviously there's the implication of the line, like on the assault angle, that's like, this is how you grow up, like that repeated line. Like, but also it's reminiscent to me of like the experience of like trans kids, like not being able to get respect or the healthcare that they deserve because like they're viewed as like not knowledgeable of their own self and need to grow up first. Like, I myself was basically told that, and I think that's why I had such a visceral reaction to this song.
Yeah, I mean, you're being told how you're supposed to grow up as a trans person, but then you deeply, viscerally feel that this is not how you're supposed to be. This just came to mind because I know you're a fan of the album. You know, the line, "make me real and feel it all," is first of all, ugh. But, yeah. I, just like a flashbang in my head, remembered the line in Johnny, Johnny, Johnny from, by Underscores. Yeah. Johnny will be the one to finally make me real.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like it's something that I kind of like see and can recognize because, funnily enough, I was maybe not funnily enough. It's not very funny, but I, as a teenager, I think I mentioned this in the previous recording, found myself amongst a group of people who did not really have my best interests in mind. I grew up in a group of people who heavily emphasized sex and sexual stuff. And it's a long story, and there's a lot of like complicated things going on there, but what it has led to is this mindset that I have now that a part of my self-worth is tied to my value as, like, for lack of a better phrase, sexual object, which again is very depersonalizing and very like objectifying, but that is how these things often go. And of course I feel like, granted, I feel like I have it better than a lot of other people, but I also know I feel that way because that's what trauma does to you.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is something you see a lot with people who have like sexual trauma, or not even like sexual trauma, but just grew up in certain spaces where they have to fulfill something like a sexual role in order to feel like they're valid, or in this case real. And that's gotta be like a really, really hard, it's gotta create a lot of cognitive dissonance when you're then taken advantage of in this way, when you believe deep in you that you are supposed to be an object of sexual satisfaction for people, faced with the current reality of, no, this is horrible. I don't want this happening to me. Yeah.
Yeah. It's awful. It's really like an unspeakable, like personal, like torment thing.
Mm-hmm. As I've said a couple times before, art can never truly encapsulate what it is to be in these positions and to have these things happen to you. But Monarch of Monsters does come as close as about any other piece of art I've heard. And again, on a first listen, I did not have a particular emotional reaction to this album, which I'd almost consider myself lucky for. I do long for the emotional connection to artwork that a lot of people seem to have, but also, like, you hear about people's reactions to especially this song, including Roux here. I almost count myself a little lucky. Because people have a very, very strong reaction to this song. I think for good reason. It does capture even just a little bit of that, like, horror and fear and helplessness.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
It is. Incredibly.
Do you have anything else you wanted to say?
Not really. But I'm also, like, we're headed into Sludge, and I'm just like, this one, Sludge is also pretty, like, you know.
Yeah. You're alright?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Just, yeah. It's just weird to talk about for
Yeah.
me.
I understand. And, like, hey, we can hit a board at any time.
Yeah, I'll do.
Okay. Sludge. Sludge is a masterpiece. I'm just gonna start with that. This is one of my favorite songs ever. That thing about really loving, like, prog rock, and especially those big long epics, it is, like, manifested most in this song. But of course, there are a lot of other things going on here that, like, make it stand out from all the other things that I've heard. Like, you know, you've got your Dream Theater, I don't know, Octavarium, that one's 24 minutes long. Haken's got a couple lengthy pieces. I know Genesis was a big inspiration for Violet Pony. They've got Suppers Ready. I'm not as familiar with their discography.
Mm-hmm.
And Opeth has some big ones. You know, I've heard quite a few of these behemoths of songs that are telling this big grand story through a lot of fucking music. I have never heard anything quite like Sludge.
Yeah, it's an incredibly unique song, and I will also say it's like, I think one of, this is gonna sound kind of strange, but I think it's one of the most like visually horrific ones, I almost want to say.
Yes,
Like,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's like, there's an entire section of the song called Rivers Run Red. Like, it's a lot.
I still remember, this happened a while ago, so I don't know if you remember, but I think someone in my server, like, asked, so they, like, asked about a potential connection between trans women and this, like, imagery or theme of blood. And this song was the first thing that came to mind, so... do you remember this? Do you have any thoughts on this?
I feel like I vaguely remember that.
Okay. Because, yeah, if you didn't know, listener, Rivers Run Red, what they're referring to is blood. And specifically, how much of it is flowing. Because Sludge is in the story of the album when Wolf commits ritualistic suicide, and both the novel and the song itself detail what a, like, grisly process it is.
And the image on the Genius page as well is
Yes.
good. Oh my gosh. It's, yeah. I don't even know if you can put that in the video, but yeah.
I don't know either. I'm not super
I don't
familiar with
think
YouTube.
so.
Yeah, we'll just play it safe, I think. You can look at it for yourself. It is by far the most, like, gory artwork on the album, and this is absolutely, like, the most, I guess, like, almost body horror that's on display in this story.
Mhm. Yeah. I will also say, I think that, like, climax in this sort of balance is really interesting, especially, like, musically, because if I remember right, after this song, the album becomes, like, drastically more, like, melodic rather than, like, ambient, if that makes sense. Not ambient, but, like, discordant would be the word.
Yep,
Discordant,
absolutely.
Violet Pony,
See, I'm a fraud because I know that she just sent me a pic of Discord from the hit show My Little Pony Friendship is Magic.
Mhm.
I like Discord. I think he's pretty cool.
I do too.
I haven't watched the show, by the way.
I have years ago. I don't know if I've said this story in this video, but I first watched MLB when I was like locked in a basement with a bunch of other kids
That's right.
as a child. Fun times.
Not unlike. Just part of my problem with this song is that I have so much that I could fucking talk about. Because, I mean, yeah, like you said, Sludge is like kind of a turning point of the album. It is when everything is like misery and sorrow, and then in Revenge Fantasy you get a lot more of an uplifting tone.
Mm-hmm.
But that transition... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And I think that tone kind of only goes, like, upwards, if that makes sense, from that song going forward. Like, at least musically. And then we get into Pest, and it starts diving down again, because the album is meant to, like, loop, obviously. And then it goes back up, and it's just this really interesting loop of, like, tension and release that I don't really see in a lot of music.
Yeah, Violet does something with her albums that I really fucking appreciate, which is to craft an album experience. Like, these are clearly meant to be experienced as albums. Individual songs are like fucking bangers, and you absolutely can listen to them individually. But, you know, like, each album is telling its own story with its own, like, ebbs and flows and climaxes. It's just, it's so well done. It's so good. And what I was gonna say is that transition from this really dour tone to a more uplifting one happens in this song, because it's mainly the first half of Sludge that details the Ritual of Red Rivers, as I think it's called. But then the latter half is about Wolf passing on to the afterlife, ending up in the Locust, and meeting Arya, which is, in the story, kind of the mark of her path towards healing and, in some sense, redemption. And you can hear the tone shift in the song, and because Violet's a fucking wizard, it still, like, works perfectly with the tone of the overall piece.
I know that we've said specifically a few times about the prog rock references, but this song reminds me so much of Rush's 2112. If I know most of the people listening are going to be American, and I don't know if you know Rush because they're Canadian. I hope you do.
I know Rush,
But-
yes. Again, I'm a
God, do you?
I'm a prog head. They're like essential reading, basically.
Good. And I assume you've heard 2112.
I have. It's been a while, but I have heard it.
It reminds me a lot of the title track from that album, where it's about like this Randian like dictatorship, like this, and it follows this one character who's like the center of the narrative thread, this whole like multi-arc song until the end, where like he ends up taking his own life, and the narrative kind of continues, not in spite of him, but like alongside his death, if that makes sense. And I find that really interesting, like from this angle, that we're sort of following Wolf into like the afterlife instead of like the narrative progressing, because I don't think I've ever seen another song do that. Usually in like most other narratives, this would just be the end of the story, basically. Like, for example, another prog rock reference, Pink Floyd's The Wall. That's one interpretation of it I've seen. And yeah.
Yeah, it is quite different. I guess there is quite a bit of precedent in like classic mythology, for example, for like death not being the end of a hero's journey or even a story, but especially in like more modern literature where we're all a lot more agnostic, death does tend to be the end of the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is really interesting how it continues and how drastically the shift is from in tonality from the before and after. It's such a good song.
Yeah, just like I feel the gushing coming on, and it's my instinct to hold it back because I don't want to annoy people.
Gush! It's your YouTube video.
Okay, so, like, well, now it's just that I don't know how to like do it. Like the first 3 parts of this song, the song Sludge is divided into 13 different parts. The first 3, which all contain that single like guitar riff that goes throughout. It's, again, she's a wizard. This whole piece is slow and plodding, and when I reviewed this album back in 2024, I likened this section to sounding like you are literally being dragged through mud.
Yeah.
It's so like patient, but I don't think it's boring at all. It builds such a present and potent atmosphere. It gives you the feeling of dread that it would make sense for the coming of this character's death. And yeah, a lot of the lyrics are detailing that, and I think trying to capture what is more like specifically described in the novel, where she's recounting like every wrong thing she has ever done, essentially trying to justify to herself this decision to end her own life.
Yeah, it's like I said, this section of the album is really fucking heavy.
Yeah. Lyrically and musically.
Yeah, I still can't get over the performance at the beginning of the song. It's just so, or at the whole song.
Yeah.
Like, it's just amazing.
I think her vocal performance on this album is maybe my favorite ever. It's so good. As a little like aside, as it's marked on Genius Lyrics, the chorus and post-chorus of Part 3 Sludge, that is hard. That is a hard section to like sing. It's in a pretty high register, and it's like unrelenting. I cannot get to the end of that section without being fucking exhausted. So I don't know if she did all that in one take, but it is very impressive if she did.
Realistically, I know it's probably not in one take, but part of me wants to be like, yeah, this was like, it's like a hero's story if it was in one take.
Yeah. And then part 4 is when you get those huge organ chords, and yeah, like, I really ought to learn more theory just so I can figure out how you get chords that sound like that, because they sound, oh my god, I fucking love that sound. I love it so much.
Yeah. Just fucking tune your guitar to a weird thing, put a capo on a fret that you decide on based on the roll of the dice, and make an F chord and you're done.
I do really have a fascination with dissonant chords. Opeth does them really well, by the way. And then part 5, then came a supper worse than death. Love and tolerate this mess. And I think that's part of the reason why this song works so well and stays so consistently engaging, even being 22 minutes long. Every section is so different and so engaging in its own way. This is the part where you have that acoustic guitar and singing intercut with the band coming in and just giving you a wall of noise for a few seconds before it cuts back.
Yeah.
And the lyrics in this part especially are pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a specific thing in here that I wanted to point out. So, in this section, you get the lines, paper mache wings, and they pluck my feathers, make it sting. And, you know, this could be taken literally, because I think Violet, the character, has wings. Yeah, she does. But you see a lot of mentions of wings throughout the album, and like wing-related imagery and symbolism. Unfortunately, the only example that's leaving my mind right now is in Huntress, My Feathers Still Softened. And
I was actually, sorry.
Oh,
I
go
was
ahead.
actually thinking of revenge fantasy. Like, even the art of revenge fantasy is, I'll post this now, because I had some bullshit copied. Do not put this in the video.
Okay.
God.
Yeah,
Editor,
that'll
cut that.
It'll be between us, I promise.
Okay. Yeah, but, I'm trying to pull up the
The Revenge
forgetting
Fantasy
the
artwork.
copyright link. Yeah, the Revenge Fantasy artwork.
Mhm.
Because I assume that's Wolf in the image.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Yeah. I just like specifically the wings there. It's
Mhm.
obviously like an angelic thing, which I find really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And also I can't get past like the whole, like grounded mammal, like having wings thing and actually being named Wolf.
Mm-hmm. Do you have something to say on that?
Yeah, I think it's definitely representative of like a transformation, and I think it also represents that well, like musically, like we said. And I kind of think that also like goes into the lyrics a bit as well. Like the one I think of immediately, and it's like the first one on the Genius page. It's "We are the same body, but not the same mind." I really.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that's not exactly what it's in reference to, but I feel like, again, it's also to do with, like, the trans experience. Like, it's... not to say that, like, anything like, sludge happens when you're trans. It doesn't. But just that imagery of like freedom and wickedness and like being beyond these bounds, I guess, is kind of really interesting, really poignant themes of this album.
Actually, yeah, absolutely. Because I was gonna say that, like, what literally happens in Sludge does sometimes happen as part of the trans experience, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
as a, like, metaphor, you know, last recording I went into what I think is the meaning behind the ritual of Red Rivers and like its metatextual place in the story. But if you want to take it in the metaphorical way, then, you know, Wolf ending her own life and in essence discarding her old mortal body before transcending to this other place where, in the novel at least, it's described as her body being more like subjective in a sense, like her physical body more reflects her emotional state. I think there's absolutely something there about, you know, that transition, so to speak. And actually, if we were to say that that's a reading, then it would not be the only example of a narrative in which killing yourself is like metaphorically tied to transitioning. Say,
Yeah.
that'd be I saw the TV glow is the other example I was thinking of.
I'm so conflicted on those like images.
Oh.
Like I enjoy them, but I also feel like it's easily misinterpreted, if that makes sense.
I can see that, yeah.
I always more interpret it as like vulnerability than anything else.
Okay, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
with like because it's like incredibly difficult to be vulnerable. It feels like, to steal the metaphor for TV glow, it feels like opening yourself up and allowing everybody to see that. And it's really fucking hard. And like I feel like I have all the puzzle pieces, but I'm not, my brain is just like too fried right now to like put them all together.
It's okay, girl.
Thank you.
I guess just like speaking personally because I have to admit something, audience. I lied. Between recordings, I transitioned. LMAO. And just speaking personally, I mean, Roux can attest to this. For the longest time, I was afraid of committing to this, of transitioning. And a big part of the reason for that is because I felt like by doing so, I would be killing a part of myself. And that was a really scary thought for me. So that is what I take away from metaphors like burying yourself alive, or less so in destroying your own body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really interesting for me here, because I feel after time has passed, I'm like so, like, not disconnected from that, but I'm like less present in that space than I was before, especially more like embracing myself, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's really interesting to hear that.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that's good to hear. I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. I don't know, like, I'm not actively thinking of it that way at the moment, I guess, but it is a very, very, it was a very present fear, especially, like, before I decided to, I guess, make it official. And it's gonna be immortalized. I wrote a little short story trying to express these feelings, and I just kind of happened to use the metaphor of wings when writing that story, specifically like wings growing as an expression of that transformation. And then later, you make this connection with a lot of trans women seeming to use symbolism surrounding wings or feathers. And then, of course, my autistic ass immediately goes, "Oh, like Violet Pony."
You see, my autism immediately goes like, oh, like the Velvet Underground.
Velvet Underground. I must not be familiar.
On their self-titled, the first track of their self-titled album, he says, is about a very famous trans woman from the 60s named Candy Darling, and it's narrated by Lou Reed from her point of view. And like my favorite line from that is, "I'm gonna watch the bluebirds fly over my shoulder." And later that song got copied by another one of my favorite artists, Anoni, who also famously has a song called Bird Girl.
Why are you keeping all these artists from me, Roux?
I'm not.
I know.
You should know about the Velvet Underground. They're from the 60s.
I'm sorry. I live in South Dakota.
They're the Banana Album people.
Banana Album people, what?
The Velvet Underground and Nico. The Andy Warhol album cover.
I'm sorry. I'm a fraud. Okay, I'm glad you admit it. I'm glad you... Yeah.
A little bit. You're a bit of a fraud, but it's okay. Have you not seen that band?
No.
I gotta show you my music.
Yes, please do. I'm admittedly trying to probe you for, hey, so why do you think there is this connection between trans women and birds, feathers, wings?
I think it's definitely about like freedom.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I think the bird motif also doubles down on like that vulnerability thing like I mentioned, because birds traditionally, like as we think of them, are not like intimidating creatures. They're often frail, if that makes sense.
Wow. Neither of us live in Australia, notably. Where birds are very intimidating from what I hear. Right, so the song. Just like talking about the instrumentals, part 7, Entrance into the Locust, has the little guitar solo, which that section of music is what I often think of when I think of the sound of this album. Especially the guitar chords going on in the background have this like melancholic feel to them, but the solo gives you just this feeling of like grandeur, I guess. That's the feeling it gives me, and it really captures the epic part in Prague Epic. This is telling a pretty grand, ambitious story about a lot of big concepts. And yeah.
Yeah. That's sorry. Also doing some audio right now.
Okay.
Distracted.
All good.
My bad.
It's okay. I can just do the talking for a little bit. And I almost completely forgot to say, I don't know what you'd call this because I'm fucking... My brain has been rotted by listening to too much rock and roll. So I tend to call it a breakdown. The section of music in, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it goes without saying that Violet shouting "Sinner, be damned" is potent. And I don't remember if I mentioned last time that she has claimed that after recording that line, her throat was bleeding for a couple days afterwards. So,
I do think you said that.
yeah.
It's-
So just as a reminder, don't do that.
Don't do that. It's too much. But,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, it's like really, it's the kind of like, I don't want to say like commitment because that feels like it's something that's necessary to art,
Mhm.
but it's like this. I also don't want to say dedication either, but like this dedication.
Yep. It is, in ways, admirable. Just don't make it replicatable, you know? And also, don't, like, bury yourself alive or gut yourself in front of a crowd of people in order to achieve the life that you want. I promise you it's not necessary. Just, like, you know, just contact Planned Parenthood or your, you know, equivalent in your country and get yourself on some hormones. It is going to be very scary, and life is still going to be hard, but it can get better.
Yep, very true. I agree. It has gotten better for me. I will say that. So,
Hell fucking yeah. I'm not on hormones yet. I live in the United States. Yeah.
Canadian.
She's Canadian. She's at least one step removed from all this. And again, I listen to a lot of music by a lot of classic prog bands, and the instrumental through part 10 and 11, 12 are, it's just one of the most engaging pieces of music that I've heard, honestly. I love the instrumental in this song. Oh, and also, I love the callback to How to Kill a Monster. It's pretty deftly placed. Good stuff.
It's good. I really love the wolf owls. They're this
Yeah. That reminds me, I started playing Half-Life 2 a while back, and I still remember the first time I heard that song in-game. So many fucking neurons fired all at once. I know her, I know that sound. You know.
I've played these games before. I'll probably take a break after this song just to get some like tea or something. Just to
Okay.
wake myself up a bit more.
And no problem. And that'd give me time to go get dinner, actually. So,
Oh, fair enough.
and I guess just the last thing to say on the instrumental is, again, she reincorporates that breakdown from earlier, and it's probably one of my favorite riffs ever. I love it so fucking much. Those discordant chords that she uses in them are delicious. They sound like nails on a chalkboard, and I love it.
And the last thing they heard was.
And and talking about commitment, she really commits to having the outro like play out for quite a while, and I really admire that, honestly, because I can see the value in having a section of music, you know, do its thing and then move on, not overstaying its welcome. But I also think it displays a lot of confidence in yourself to have a single section of music play out for that long. And I'm really happy it does, because I fucking love it. And it is the kind of section that, if it only existed in that one place, I think I would secretly wish, like, oh, I wish we could have heard more of that. It was really cool.
Like that.
Oh, that too, yeah.
Oh,
There's
you're talking about the part after that. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm talking about the huge, heavy guitar chords, like at the end of the song before the ambient outro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
But
I just like personally like that shoegazy kind of thing at the start.
yeah, there's there's little flourishes like that too, and then in the middle of the instrumental, when there's a cut, and then they just do some like weird rhythm bullshit, and then get right back into it. Like, you don't need to be doing all that, but yeah, sure, fuck it. It sounds good. Throw it in.
Yeah. Put it in 23/7 time. That's just
An over
4/3.
7 time. That's confident. That's I've watched at least a couple videos on time signatures, and at least one of them was like, yeah, they exist. We just try to pretend that they don't.
basically.
And I don't know. We talked quite a bit about the lyrics of Sludge, and last recording especially. I still kind of hold to that reading, and I'm even a little bit proud of myself for it. I don't often do stuff like that, but I don't know. I think it connects quite a bit.
Mhm.
Anything else on Sludge?
I think that's it for me, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And I do want to give you your break, so.
Of course, you as well.
So did you want to like just pause the recording and come back to it in a bit? Or
Yeah, that's fine.
okay, sounds good. All right, see you in a bit.
Be right back. Bye.
And we're back.
Back at it again, the white vans.
That one I haven't heard. I've heard Back at It Again at Krispy Kreme's.
Yes, you've heard back at it. Damn, Daniel.
Oh.
Back at it again with the white van.
I don't remember that part of it. I just remember the damn Daniel and how I was like really annoyed by it back in the day. And I think it's a sign of my personal progress that I think 6-7 is really funny.
I still do it just to piss off my older brother.
That's why I still find it funny, because it pisses people off to like an unreasonable degree.
This is such a side tangent, but I was at my younger brother's birthday the other day, and somebody had offhandedly referenced like the last name Kirk, completely unrelated to Charlie, and me and my brother immediately snapped to look to each other, turn beet red, and start trying not to laugh.
Just popped a perky.
You saw Charlie Kirk.
Speaking of Charlie Kirk, Monarch Monsters. I don't know what that means.
He would not like it.
That's true. He probably wouldn't.
Revenge fantasy?
Yeah, I suppose.
Hell yeah.
So I'm on Huntress. Hold on. Okay, now I'm on Revenge Fantasy. So, as we said, this is like a tonal turning point of the album, which I see. I've been noticing Violet's past 3 releases have all had this like triumphant return, so to speak, after like
Yeah.
the low point of the album. I'm speedrunning a Google search here. In this album, it's, revenge fantasy. In Love and Pony Step, it's Jester, and in Monarch's Lair, it's modern talking ballet.
Mm-hmm. I do find that really interesting. That's like a recurrent motif. It makes the albums feel like very conceptual.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I mean, all of her recent albums have been concept albums, so to speak. I think.
Yeah.
You don't see it as much in, like, Monarch, and Cutie Marks is a concept album in, like, the etymological definition, in that I think it has very consistent, like, themes, but it isn't telling a single story.
It's a concept album in the way that The Glow Part 2 is a concept album.
Is it? I didn't know that.
I'm making that comparison because they're not especially following a story. They just have like thematic through lines and a lot of repeated narratives, stuff like that.
Okay, gotcha. So what do
But
you...
Monarch is definitely, I think, Love and Pony Step is slightly less, if that makes sense.
You think so?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because, I mean, Love and Pony Step, it does have narrative tangents, I guess I would say. You read into the Love and Pony Step, like, extra material, and it's, like, contextualized, like, the anti-capitalist stuff in that album, like, corporate illustration and webpunk are contextualized as a form of Vid's escapism. Like,
Yeah.
She is doing a good thing, fighting for a good cause, but there's also some recognition that, like, she's using this as a way to escape.
Yeah.
But, if you just have the album material, they are kind of tangential. But then the reason why I think Violet is so fucking brilliant is because Corporate Illustration is kind of an anti-corporation song, but it also weaves in this theme of, like, loneliness and looking to corporate products or other shallow means of entertainment as a way to try to deal with your loneliness and your desire for companionship.
Yeah. I would have to re-listen to the song, but I do see where you're coming from.
They don't call me a Violet Pony artist for nothing, and by they I mean me. I'm the only one who calls myself. It is, yes. This is all to say that Revenge Fantasy is a pretty good song.
It is.
Yeah.
I think the first thing I have written in my notes there is fucking, it reminds me so much in the first half and the outro of, like, early Jane Remover.
Mm-hmm.
Like that sort of, like, distorted faux lo-fi quality with, like, this very, like, mystical, like, high-end, like, stringy synths that play all throughout, and the middle just immediately goes into Deftones. Like, if that makes sense.
Sorry, am I Deftones?
Am I dumb?
I don't think you're dumb. No. Granted, I'm not as familiar with Deftones This is a thing with me. I can't get into Deftones no matter how hard I try.
That's fair. It reminds me a lot of their album Koi no Yokon.
Okay. I
That one.
see that my thing about Deftones is that I can't get into them, but it seems like all their albums have like one song that I really fucking like. Like White Pony, it's Pink Maggot.
I'm not a huge Pink Maggot fan.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
I,
I think the chord progression is so fucking good. I love that chord progression.
well, if I were to link like any song from that album, I would link this one. I think.
Okay.
I'm not to go too off topic again, but yeah.
Yeah.
This song is really good.
I will listen to it at some point. Is this the one that I know? No. It isn't the one that I know. No.
I know the title is insane, but it's really good.
Well, that word used to have a different definition.
Yeah.
It used to be a proper country, and goon used to mean a henchman of some type.
It still does to those cultured.
Yeah, it does. But, the association is now there forever.
Yeah.
It's like we can't count to 10 without the association.
That's true.
Yeah.
So what were your thoughts like lyrically about it?
So I think Revenge Fantasy is the song that I have the least to say about in regards to the lyrics. I'm not. It is a bit of a vitality glitch situation where I can't quite identify a specific thing the song is going for, and rather just see some of the concepts that it's expressing.
Yeah.
Some interesting lines like "a curse to be remembered, lonely to be forgot." And as you mentioned before, we are the same body, but not the same mind, which plays into this idea that was expressed first in Pest of, and is, I guess, wrapped up in Rest Now, Little Wolf,
Yeah.
of, I am the same physical body, but I have changed as a person, and thus I don't have the same mind.
Yeah. I think that's where I was trying to come from with my analysis back in Sludge, but I was just kind of out of it, to be honest.
I get it, yeah. And I was probably running low on blood sugar. I don't have diabetes or anything, but I do get lightheaded after not eating for a while.
Yeah. True.
So as far as I'm aware, I don't have diabetes. But one thing I do have something to say about is the God of War sample.
I was gonna ask you about that next.
Okay, well,
I'm your monster no longer.
you might do that better than me, actually. Damn. You might be able to get your voice lower than me. Damn. Did you have anything to say about it?
I think obviously you will always be a monster.
I know.
And I'm not gonna do the Kratos voice the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
But that whole line, it's. I think there's definitely a few ways that you can look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's a commentary on Wolf and her change throughout death, I guess, as you'd put it.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think it's more on some of the themes that show up in Huntress, the themes of rebirth and baptism and stuff like that, which might sound a bit strange at first because it's God of War, but to me, the line "But I am your monster no longer," it's very reminiscent of the whole story of Kratos to me, if that makes sense. His redemption from killing his family, him even being like quote unquote reborn in the God of War 2016 remake, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like just these cycles of rebirth and change and transformation into something like that you're more stable with.
Yeah.
And still holding on to those things, but like being able to hold on to them in a way that's not like harmful anymore.
Yeah, see, I've talked before about how a theme that shows up in Violet's work several times is this idea that you can use what you came from to make something better for yourself now. To go back to one of her prior albums, there's a song on Fish Whisperer that I forgot the name of when I was doing the recording in which I talked about this. LMAO. 1 second. I'm gonna remember the name of the song, but it's Soundscape Diary. That's it. So, are you familiar?
I think so. That might have been the first one I heard, actually.
I thought it was.
It is.
Oh,
this
is
was
it?
the first. Yes, this definitely is it.
Okay.
I was probably wrong last time. This was because I remember checking the album art and I was like, "This is Brony music," and I got so and I was like, "What?"
Well, it is fitting that in Revenge Fantasy, talking about Revenge Fantasy, we get this little thematic conclusion of you incorrectly stating your first Violet Pony song at the beginning of the episode. And now, through your character growth through this journey, you realize that no, actually, my first Violet Pony song was Soundscape Diary.
I knew it was off of Can Opener's Notebook.
Yeah. But in Soundscape Diary, like the story of that song is that Canny finds an old music box that apparently like doesn't work anymore or just doesn't work right, and so she destroys it and uses its components to make a new instrument.
Okay.
And I took that along with a lot of the thematic stuff going on in Cutie Marks to say like Violet has this overarching message of like, because there's a point made that this music box came from like one of Candy's relatives, like her grandma or something. It was a hand-me-down, and she destroys it, and in our typical culture that could be seen as like really bad. Like you're supposed to treasure the things that are passed down to you from your family, but sometimes our families are awful to us, and you do, and it might be better for you to acknowledge that you came from this bad place, but then take what you were given in your past and reincorporate it into something better for yourself going forward.
Yeah, and I think I can see like a lot of those themes in this song. I definitely didn't pick up on those like lyrical aspects the first time I listened to that song because it was just the first time I'd listened to it.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely in retrospect and looking at this song, I definitely see it.
And again, this is why I gush about Violet all the fucking time. Like, I think what makes this such a potent message, this idea of, you described it as rebirth. It is that in a way, this idea of learning from your past and using it to, as is eloquently put, allow it to be a sputtering torch to illuminate the path forward.
Mm-hmm.
This idea isn't just communicated in the lyrics, it is also communicated in like the composition of the songs. these last few tracks contain way more callbacks and references to Violet's prior work than prior songs. I mean, that build before the first chorus is just Violet basically going down a list of callbacks to prior albums, because one of the big messages of this album is what I was just talking about. You have to learn from your past. You have to acknowledge your past so that you can then take lessons from it and use them going forward. Violet is acknowledging and taking from her prior works and incorporating them into these new things, her new projects. And this is so like central to the identity of this album and this theme that like she uses some really deep cuts. In fact, she made a whole video basically going through a bunch of the callbacks and references in Monarch. Most of them aren't from her own work. She actually has a lot of stuff from, other works. But like you have a few in Revenge Fantasy, you have a couple in Sludge. Huntress is like the second verse is a reference to Locust Room from Fairy Tales. Just straight up uses the chorus from Ember as its bridge. And the chord progression of the chorus in Revenge Fantasy is actually a chord progression that was ripped from a song on Violet's first released album.
No kid, that's crazy.
Yeah. And also I forgot to mention that the chord progression in this chorus is also in the outro to the Wallflower Equation.
That's super sick.
Yeah. So
Pony leitmotif.
yes, it's funny because at one point I remember saying like the only thing that made me like Violet Pony more is if she did more like motif stuff, not realizing that no, she totally does. Maybe not in the way that I'm used to, because like the kind of thing that I'm thinking is like, I don't know, fucking. Actually, yeah, that's another good example. I was gonna go to a video game example. Video games do it a lot.
Anytime I get motif, I just think of the freaking motif now.
She's Deltarune pilled.
I am.
Yeah, I'm less Deltarune pilled, but I'm happy for everybody who is. As I said at some point, half of my joy experiencing Deltarune is just experiencing it myself, and the other half is watching people enjoy it way more than I do.
That's actually real.
Yeah, because I do really like Deltarune. I'm just not as invested in it as I know a lot of people are.
The art and the characters are the whole thing.
That's
Like,
the characters are really good. Gotta give you that.
pull up my transgender Birdly drawing.
If you want me to, I can put in transgender Birdly.
I don't care. You get it.
Okay. Whoa, look at that. Transgender Birdly. Ooh, it's on screen for you, but not for us.
True. I'm actually looking at it on screen right now, so it is on screen for me.
That's okay. Well, it's on screen for her, but not for me. Did I start recording? Yeah, I did.
I was like,
I'm a little paranoid, but no, we're good. You know what's crazy though? That's not even all I have to say about that little sample, because just on a more specific note about that, learning from the past, the like specific wording there of you know, you will always be a monster, but I'm yours no longer. Like, this idea of almost belonging to someone can very easily take that in the context of like living in an abusive situation where you feel they like make you feel like you're beholden to them. And this line is like, you know, an acknowledgement of the trauma that you now carry, likely due to this person, but that you can now move forward. You can be your own person, but not live. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm laughing. My cat just keeps on going right up to the mic, and I'm keeping him to push him away.
I see. Okay. We're having feline related difficulties.
But yeah, I definitely do see that angle, and I think it is like the things of relationship in this album are really honestly a big aspect of the whole project.
By the way, you're a little far from the mic. I know why, but
Yeah. I'm not even joking. He's actively trying to cover my mouth with the bar right now. After me.
they're trying to silence her.
True.
But myself, not having been in any kind of abusive situation, fortunately, well, not having as much experience in abusive situations, my personal interpretation of this sample is like when you have depression, as is expressed in this album, it is easy to feel like you're a monster. You spend a lot of time thinking that you are a terrible person and you just make life worse for everyone around you. And like, I've had to acknowledge and come to terms with the fact that I'm going to have depression for the rest of my life, and I'm going to have to deal with this stuff in some capacity for the rest of my life. But the idea is that you don't let your depression rule your life. So you'll still be, in a small sense, a monster. Again, like, you know, depression doesn't make you a bad person or a monster. It just, for the sake of the metaphor, you're still a monster, but you're not. By moving forward and by healing, you can no longer be like beholden to your. Yes, you can no longer be beholden to your depression. You can learn to not let it rule your life.
Yeah, exactly. Long story short, go on SSRIs.
I probably will be, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I have an anxiety disorder, which I have been saying multiple times lately in that exact tone because I think I need it to sink in. Because, God, it took me a long fucking time for me to accept that I have depression.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Guess the only other thing I have to say about this song is that I do really love the chorus.
Yeah, the chorus is bomb.
Do you have anything else, dear Roux?
No, that's about all I had here.
Roux? Sorry. Next is Huntress.
Huntress in the night, I have longed for you all my life.
Big. It's big, I'm afraid.
Huntress is a masterpiece. There's 2 in this album. It's kind of crazy.
It is crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats?
Huntress.
Huntress makes me crazy.
It just makes me in the dust.
Do you have anything to say about Huntress? Because I have a few things to say about Huntress, so I figure I should let you go first.
Of course. I'll just go through my list of notes here. Obviously, like the big theme of this album is like sex is a big theme of this song is like sex, obviously, and I find like that whole idea of like learning to be held again, I think, is how it's put in the song super interesting, as opposed to like these like very violent like images of it that also happen earlier in the album as to give the assault. And I think in a way of reclaiming that's very, very interesting. And like it's very like apt, I think, of how somebody would handle something like that. And the only other thing I really have to say lyrically is the baptism line goes back again to that whole theme of transformation, becoming something less sinful, etc.
Yeah, I mean, you've really like illuminated some of the religious like imagery and themes present in this album, because I had a vague awareness of them, especially in Paradise Valley, a previous work of hers. There's a song titled Crosses, you know. But yeah, I super agree. They're baptized in soft snow is a pretty evocative line, and I guess I didn't make the connection that like baptism is a sort of like almost a transformation, I guess. At least that's my understanding of it. You know, religion, there's a lot of different understandings of it.
As somebody who grew up Baptist, that's a good way to put it. Like, it's, and another, again, this is from a former Baptist point of view, but it's like baptism is voluntary in the Baptist religion. So I think like that act of like choosing to become something better is also very poignant. Like that specific choice.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
The what did you have anything to say about the sound of this song?
The sound of this, like, only gets better.
Yeah. I fucking adore this song. Again, it's one of my favorite songs ever. And part of that is that this is one of the most beautiful songs I've ever heard.
It's so good.
The instrumentals are so good. I don't know how to like express this any differently. It's just, I don't know, listen to it. It's incredible. And the way that Violet begins incorporating that little melody from the Locust Room in the second verse, it adds so much, and it like doesn't demand your attention that it's a callback. In fact, like the reverse of I think the intended experience is what happened, where, you know, I fucking love Monarch of Monsters, and then I go back through Violet's discography, I get to Fairy Tales and go, hey, wait a second. I've played these games before.
True. I really like the I'm dancing with my nightmares line, especially the instrumental aspects of it.
That's another callback, by the way.
I figured it was. That's why I mentioned it then.
Okay, yeah. And then I fucking love Violet's vocal harmonies. Notable examples, Bonnie off of Cutie Marks, Carousel off of Carousel. This song is in the running for the best example of it. The vocal harmonies on this song are transcendent.
It's so fucking good.
Especially in the line, I begin to drift like in a dream. It really lends to the like ethereal quality of this whole song, and a line like that especially.
Baptized in sun.
it makes it feel heavenly,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak, and gives you the sense that you are in this afterlife. You're in a better place now. This song does have a very like gentle, soft kind of tone to it, which is of course mimics, you know, the what's going on in this song, which is Wolf knowing that feeling for the first time in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And sorry, go ahead.
I think that's really summed up well. And like, I remember trusting like a child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all I had to say there.
And also, on the Genius page, the artwork for this track is the album cover.
Sure.
I do consider this song to be kind of like the emotional core of this album, so to speak. I slightly biased because, you know, I love this song. The lyrics. Oh my god. Okay, so I guess because I understand you have your own interpretation of the line "fuck me into dust," which plays into what we've been talking about in you know, using like our ugly past to make a better future.
I definitely more interpreted that as like trying to sort of reclaim something in this more like in trying to control this thing, that like awful thing that happened to you, and coming to terms with it in like retrospect through like something positive that you can control and like say that's that combined with the whole like trusting like a child thing, like just the whole idea of like being held, basically. That's why that idea comes to me.
Making yourself vulnerable.
And it not being rejected in this song. And I think the musicality also goes with that a lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
What are you apologizing for? You're fine. Oh, god damn it. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna go on my, like, original thing then. So, I mean, I think I was just gonna say, like, yeah, I agree. Absolutely. This is a form of reclamation for Wolf, because so much of her trauma in the story is sexual, and she is reclaiming that by having sex with someone who cares about her and is gentle with her.
Yeah.
And so what I tend to get out of this song is derived from Wolf as a character when we enter this song. Wolf is a very damaged person, a very standoffish person who's basically ready at any moment to defend herself. Kind of reasonably so, because she's been subject to so much abuse and violence, and she's indulged in some of that violence herself too, as a way of dealing with her internal hurt. And so this first verse, starting with "touch me slowly, I am yours, let me know your flesh," very like gentle and intimate language, because Wolf is letting herself open up. She is letting herself be vulnerable and allowing Arya to be gentle with her, as is the desire of, you know, most people. We love our ace siblings. But then immediately switches into "tear into my everything, let the blood come, fuck me into dust." Very violent language. And you can absolutely see that as a way of almost like extreme reclamation as like, yeah, I'm going to take this back, or just an expression of these powerful emotions. What I see when I read those lines is Violet's defense mechanisms flailing in this moment of like confusion and vulnerability, because Violet's natural instinct, when she is made vulnerable and when she's made aware that she could be hurt, is to prevent hurt at all costs. And so she reverts to this violent, abrasive nature which she has fallen into through the course of the album. She can't readily accept that someone is being kind and gentle with her, because all that she has allowed herself to know through the course of the story of this album is violence and pain. And
Yeah.
that would be especially potent in this moment when she's receiving affection that not only does she have trouble understanding, but she feels like she doesn't deserve. She found herself to be so low and so unworthy that she didn't feel she was worthy of life. And then, you have Arya trying to insist to her that not only is she worth everlasting life in this afterlife, but she is worth her affection and her love. And Wolf's only response to that, in her panic, in her like trauma molded brain, is to lash out and try to insist that like, no, I don't deserve this affection. You should instead tear into me. You have to reduce me to dust. It is my purpose to be hurt and feel hurt. And I, having experienced a much lesser version of that internal conflict myself, I've never seen a piece of media capture that conflict like this. This conflict of wanting so badly to be loved and treated tenderly because you're human and you're so hurt, but you're so used to being hurt that your instinct, when you finally receive that affection, is to lash out and violently reject it.
Yeah. And I find it really endearing that like this song like progresses from more of that like Stop. Stop it. You're not on the podcast.
Well, who's to say? Hook up your cat with a Discord account. You can hop in.
Who says this isn't his Discord account? But like,
I hadn't considered that.
I do think about like that whole progression from like that idea of like lashing out into that whole thing of like of more accepting and calm, and I think that's part of what like that bridge in the middle is, like that very intense bridge in the middle. Into like that back into the calmer one to fully cement that, and then once we head to like the final song of the album, it basically just cements that.
Yeah, the last several tracks of this album are showing Wolf's healing. She is getting better and she is healing. But of course, part of the acknowledgement of this album is that trauma doesn't fully go away, and it is going to crop up in places, and that's shown here. She is getting better and she is receiving the love that she needs and deserves, but there's always those barriers, there's always those obstacles to truly accepting that, because receiving love is one thing and accepting it is another thing entirely.
Exactly.
And just, as I said, some experience with this sort of thing. I think this song is especially meaningful for me because maybe one of the most, like, I don't know what you'd call it, meaningful moments of my adult life was having a friend hug me and tell me that I deserve good things, and my subsequent breaking down because I needed to hear that more than perhaps anything else in that moment. And in a way, I needed to learn to be held because I'd never been treated like that before, really. And I'd never been told something like that before. Just, being shown that affection, that learning to be held to, learning to be held again is very metaphorical. It does apply somewhat literally in that Wolf has to learn that she can be held without it being a threat to her.
Yeah.
But it is also expressing that she needs to learn how to accept love and allow herself to be vulnerable.
Yeah. That's basically sums up everything I have to say about this song.
I've thought a lot about this one. Again, it's one of my favorite songs ever. It's
Absolutely.
fucking incredible, and I've never seen that internal conflict expressed in a song like this.
Yeah, it's so impressive.
God, what else though? There's probably more, but there's the line, "I have longed for you all my life."
Yeah,
Again,
it's so melancholic. It's so bittersweet.
Absolutely, yeah. Because again, she wants this, but she just doesn't. At this point in the story, it's hard for her to accept that she deserves it.
Okay. Yeah. I think that journey to that acceptance is really interesting. I think that's why this and the final track are probably my favorites. Some of my favorites.
Extremely valid. And there's definitely something, because Violet is an artist that I think does things extremely deliberately. And so I know that there is something there in the choice to use the chorus of an older song of hers, Ember, in this song. Apart from the stuff we were talking about earlier about using your past to make a future for yourself, what I do know is that Ember is a song about two lovers, and I think part of the idea of that song is that these are two lovers who are looking to make a better life for themselves somehow, and are basically imagining that future together, which would apply to Wolf and Aria.
See, I listen to too much folk because all of the love songs I know about are just horrifically sad.
See.
Shout out to Mountain Goats.
It's funny because my biggest exposure, or my most the most impact Mount Erie has had on me personally is through A Crow Looked at Me, which you could describe as horrifically sad.
I actually haven't listened to that one all the way through. I'm a
Oh,
faker.
Okay, so I mentioned before that music has a hard time making any emotional impact on me. I don't let myself listen to that album, really, because that album has like it reduces me to tears effortlessly. It is so rough.
Yeah.
Another song recently that's been doing that, I'm just gonna make sure that I get this right. December 10th, 2021, 11:57 p.m. by Stomach Book. I sometimes don't let myself listen to that song because it is really it does a very good job of putting you in a particular place, and that place is harrowing.
Yeah. There's a lot of art that I really like that does that.
Yeah,
And
I mean, yeah, I do love
Monarch is
art
obviously
that's like
this.
that. Yeah. I love art like that. I just, have to. There's a time and a place for it. Otherwise, I might like break down.
True. I remember when I read The Road for the first time in high
Mhm.
school, and I fucking cried my eyes out in the middle of class because I finished that book mid French class. So I actually understood that. It's
Okay, so maybe this will ease some embarrassment for you. I've also had to be escorted out of. Well, I was kind of escorted out of a class because I started fucking crying in the middle of it. We as a class were reading Where the Red Fern Grows.
I haven't
And
read that one.
oh, okay. Okay, well, I don't know. The story features two dogs. Do I need to say anything else?
Oh shit.
Yep. So, yep, that we were reading that, and I couldn't hold it in, and I had to, and the teacher and I sat out in the hallway while they finished.
Yeah. That happened to me with the Titanic movie, not the one with Leonardo DiCaprio. One,
Oh.
like a completely different one. My English teacher had to take me out of class. It was, and I wasn't allowed to watch the ending.
Was it that animated Titanic sequel?
No, I don't know what the movie was.
I was gonna say, like, I wasn't aware of any other Titanic movies. And now I'm trying to think of other art that's made me cry. Toy Story 3.
True.
As a little bit embarrassing as it is to admit, Avengers Endgame. The movie I Can Only Imagine has a scene that got to me. In those instances, it was a thing of like I didn't let myself cry because, that's just
Yeah,
how
I
I
get
was. Kind of still
Yeah.
like, it is still instinct for me to suppress crying. I'm trying to unlearn it.
It gets a lot easier once you're like extradited, I guess.
It's
Hi.
it is legit one of the things that I've thought of, and I find it kind of appealing. The fact that it'd make me cry easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I've also cried to Waco, Texas by Ethel Cain.
True.
Yeah.
Very real.
The song just levels me every once in a while. Just fucking destroys me, just lays me out. And I'm not even like I'm not even a big Kane head. Is that what you? I don't know.
Me when 21 years old. No, 20 years old. Fuck, I forgot the bit.
What?
I'm not even a big Kane head.
There must be something I'm missing here.
Look in the chat,
All right.
please.
All right. I got it. No, that's a dumb joke. Anyway, I was gonna say something. You know how old Violet was when she wrote this album, but it's like not even close to true.
20 years old.
Did you know that fucking Will Toledo was 19 or some shit when he wrote Twin Fantasy? Oh, isn't that crazy?
That only makes sense to me. That only makes sense to me.
Did you know that Tame Impala is one person, etc., etc.?
Did you know that cows pee in the woods, or however it goes?
They do.
I don't know. I'm trying to fucking bullshit.
They don't use the bathroom like a normal fucking person?
No, they're fucked up.
That is fucked up. Huntress is a pretty good song. I like it.
Yeah, I agree. Good song.
Good song.
I'm glad this discussion was long because I don't have too much to say on And As Her Howl I Go Down to Eventide.
She became the Farseer's hunter dog. Yeah, I mean, I don't either.
Like, it's a good interlude.
Mm-hmm. I do like it. It's just, I don't know how much there's to say about it. It does act as, like, sort of a last climactic, I guess, expression of the angst so present in this album to allow the final track more potency and more feeling of relief. You know, I've never been able to get into like black metal as a genre, which is what I most equate this song to, but I will say it is good at doing that sort of thing, at like expressing angst and creating atmosphere.
Yeah, it's... I'm hesitant to call it angsty because that's such like, it seems derogatory, but at points it feels like that, not in a derogatory way, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just using angsty as a way to say like it's about bad things. It's about negative emotions. Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. Well, if you're okay with moving on to the okay.
Yeah.
All right, the last track. Fuck! I'm a fraud. Okay, I had one more thing about Huntress. It's not like, okay, the narrative of Monarch of Monsters does not one-to-one map onto the novella, but in the period after Wolf enters the Locus, which would be around the Revenge Fantasy Huntress period, there's this moment between Arya and Wolf. So Wolf has stopped like being outright fearful and distrustful of Arya and allows herself to like lay on Arya's lap, and Arya reaches under Wolf's shirt and asks her if it's okay for her to go further. Wolf says that she doesn't care, it doesn't matter, and Arya says, well, I'm gonna stop until you want it then. And that moment really stood out to me, because that's
really tender.
Yes, exactly. It's really tender and comforting and just a sharp contrast from what Wolf is used to. And I don't know, it's just like the kind of mindset I'm also trying to like really embody or keep in mind when I am affectionate with other people.
Yeah. That is. That's really, really impactful. That's really, really good insight.
Yeah. I liked it.
I like it.
I also like Rest Now, Little Wolf, A Vigil for Arya, or How the Lamb Stood in an Empty Room Filled with Empty People. Friends. Fuck. What do you have to say about the final track of this big, beautiful album?
Like I said, it's like, I would say it is the most tender song in the album. That's why I sort of really said that thing about tenderness in that bit you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
But I also, oh my gosh, my list. I also think it's like a really great encapsulation of the character development of Wolf as the story's gone on. Like from that like into being able to sort of like kind of accept these quietness, coming to terms with her own past.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, like the album's still looping, like sort of like implying like this is still like a thing that happens throughout people's lives to many people. Like it's recoveries and stages and circles and all that stuff, and I find that like
Exactly. Did you have more? I'm sorry, I thought I was interrupting you.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I really like I think the final file at the end is a really good touch.
Yeah.
I think it sums up the themes of the album really well. And also it's, again, kind of like a reclamation of those things. I'm gonna be on YouTube.
This is great. Yeah, I was gonna say I can hear them.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't know who's gonna be unhappy to hear it, Kat.
But everybody like and subscribe if you hear the cat.
Like and subscribe if you hear the cat. So true. Make sure to comment down below what your favorite cat moment was.
True. When he interrupted me, or when he interrupted me.
Yeah, like you said, if you didn't know, I don't know if I mentioned this in the previous recording, that was months ago. If you didn't know, this song is basically intended to be played before Pest, making this album like a continuous loop, which, as she said, is a really cool way of expressing the cyclical nature of trauma and healing, because we're all continuously getting over our trauma and experiencing brand new ones. But you know, the whole message of this album is to say that healing is possible and improvement is possible, no matter how grisly and horrifying that trauma is. And you know, they say that the message of a story is found in how it ends, and Monarch of Monsters is an extremely tough listen for a lot of people to get through, and even for someone like me, like I can recognize the darkness and the like horrors expressed in this album, and it is about a lot of really tough stuff. But the fact that it ends with this pretty soft, gentle song expressing hope and self-love and this idea that you can, move forward towards a better future is the message of the album.
Yeah, I agree.
The message of the album is winter will end just the same no matter what, which is also,
Goated line.
again, a callback to Winter's End, her first album, and then
That's a line from the first album.
Well,
That's crazy.
Winter's End is just the title of her first album, yeah.
Yeah.
And then No Matter What is one of Violet's first songs ever, which she remakes every year.
Wow, that's super cool.
Yeah, it is. Again, just going back to that thing of using your past to learn, to be a sputtering torch. As is stated in this song, I've definitely referenced that a few times at this point. Yeah, and it's a narrative that I've been finding a lot of value in, especially recently, because Arches is one of my favorite stories ever, and it has a very similar thing going on. In the narrative of Arches, you see some shit, you read about some shit. It's like horrifying and traumatic, and a friend of mine even described it as torture porn, but I don't but I don't really agree, because the same as Monarch of Monsters, it ends with a message of hope. The message of the story is that you can go through hell and still come out the other side better.
Yeah, I find that like a really important and good message.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the message wouldn't hit as hard if the contents of the story weren't so brutal and edgy.
I think that's why. And as her howl echoed into Eventide, she became the Farseer's hunting dog is also so good. Like, it hammers that down a lot, like you said.
Yeah, because I'm not even going to say that, actually. As a person with trauma, as all of us do, I guess I just believe that I think it is important for art to reflect some of the darker parts of ourselves and aspects of our lives. It is kind of a way of processing that stuff. And I don't even necessarily believe that an album has to end with something like this to be healing in some way. Some pieces of art are just the world fucking sucks, life fucking sucks. And it doesn't necessarily have to justify that with but things are gonna be okay type of thing. So I still find Monarch of Monsters valuable in that way, and would still find it valuable if it was just that. But as the piece of art that it is, being in equal parts just a way to process these really ugly emotions and events, and a way of expressing hope and a desire to change, I think that's also really, really good and really impactful.
I agree.
And gosh, yeah, I don't know. I do know that this song is I do know that this song is also in part again, matching up the novella to the album. In the novella, this section is describing a dream that Wolf has, in which I think she's wandering around like an office building and finds a room full of people who don't seem to even acknowledge that she's there, but Arya is there, and that's where you get the image that you see in the album artwork, where Wolf and Arya are just on the floor together with just these people around them, which I suppose you could see as an expression of, like, you know, the world may not even notice or acknowledge or approve of these people or what they have, but it is still, you know, important to them. It's still valid.
Very true. Sorry if I'm kind of tapering off here. I'm just getting a bit tired.
Yeah, no, I could kind of tell, but it's all good.
Sorry.
You're fine. I'm gonna come over to Canada and, like, no, that's not what I had in mind, actually. I'm gonna come to Canada and I'm gonna hang out with you and we're gonna talk over some drinks and why I oughta do something cool and fun with you. We oughta watch a movie or something together if you keep this up.
True.
I don't think I have much more to say. That's the album. That is
The album.
my favorite album of all time. Sorry. I just scrolled to the comments of the Genius Lyrics page. Top comment. Violet makes a whole album making all of her fans very, very sad, and this song is basically just her being like, okay, don't kill yourself, and I think that's actually very funny of her to do. Actually a power move.
We have to end the video on "Don't Kill Yourself."
Oh, yeah, okay, that's a good idea. Hey, audience, thank you for watching. Don't kill yourself. But,
Bye-bye.
yeah, in all seriousness, like, you know, this is going to be my longest episode yet, and it's been a fucking pleasure doing this with you, Roux. I'm really glad we could do it.
I'm glad too. This is super fun.
I'm glad. And I might talk to you about another one, potentially. But yeah, like, if you're not in it, then I will just go off on my own. But like, I really liked having you here, and I really liked talking to you.
It was fun. I'm just busy for like a while.
Yeah, she's a busy girl. I am too, in fairness, but less so.
True.
Yeah, I suppose I'll let you go, and I'll say thank you so fucking much for listening. If you got all the way to the end of this is going to be so long. You
This
know,
is gonna be like your lowest retention video ever.
it probably will be, but I don't care.
True. Real.
Trans rights, take care of yourself.
Man, it is a beautiful night tonight. Just a little bit of chill in the air, but not nearly enough to prevent me from just going out in shorts and a t-shirt. Lovely. And so, that car sounds very peculiar, but kind of cool. Fucking anyway, okay, I'm here to do something. I'm here to wrap something up. I'm here to finish something that has been in the works for basically months now. It realistically wasn't actually being worked on for that long, but let me run this down. So, as you might have noticed, some time passed between the like roughly first half of this video and the second half, and you can tell because I'm suddenly sounding different, and that last recording portion, that second recording portion happened like a couple weeks ago, so I'm not remembering everything that I said, even though I was also editing like maybe a few days ago. The timeline's a little bit fucked, basically, because there were like 3 months between the first and recording session there. And now here I am a couple weeks later, tacking something on to the end because there were just like some last things that I wanted to talk about. Basically, at this point, you're probably like, yeah, over 5.5 hours in thinking, God, does she ever shut the fuck up? 1, no, I don't. And 2, yeah, sorry. But also you kind of knew what you were signing up for. So, yeah, and to be clear, I'm talking about me that you probably want to shut up, not Roux. Isn't Roux awesome? Honestly, I'd love to do more recordings with her. I'd love to talk about more stuff with her, but I worry about annoying her. A peek behind the curtain, if anybody fucking cares. The reason I haven't done a video about the Amazing Digital Circus finale, even though I have so much to say, is because I kind of half hoped that I'd do a recording with Roux about it. But I don't know, I'm very hesitant because I already asked quite a lot of her, and she was like super willing and super cool and said that she had a lot of fun, but I don't know, I'm insecure about these things. I don't like asking things of people. I don't know, I'll probably posit the idea, but I also do want to like get the video out, get my thoughts out. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it was a ton of fucking fun, and I'm so glad that we could do it together because she added so much more than I would have been able to provide. That's always going to be the case, right? Like, you know, a piece of art, different people are going to have different perspectives, but it helps that she's like, you know, smart and has a lot of like cool perspectives on not just like this album and music in general, but just on a whole bunch of different things. And so, yeah, I mean, I did originally intend this to be a like solo thing, but I don't know when the idea came to include her. But fuck, I'm glad I did because this turned out so much better because of it. My intention wasn't to make this addendum just gassing up Roux, but I don't mind that that's the case here. I don't know if there's anything that I can plug here. I know she wants to write music, but nothing yet. But I don't know, maybe you'll see me like bumping her stuff at some point. Anyway, the main point I wanted to make here was about the album, if you can believe it. Just, I've said this before, every time I do a recording on like a big subject, I always end the recording and then pretty shortly after think like, I wish I talked about this or elaborated further on this. And that's never going to be the case more than this album. You know, it's my favorite work of art. There's just so much here. There's so much depth to this project. And it has so much like personal meaning and connection to me. And it had so much personal impact on me. And that's the main thing that I wanted to talk about. Because there's like literally an endless number of other things that I could talk about regarding Monarch of Monsters. You know, regarding the lyrics, cool musical moments I like, fucking surrounding contexts, the little bits of insight into the background. I could fucking go off about all these stories from my personal life and how I connect them to some of the themes and like, you know, happenings of this album and its story. But the like thing I wanted to cap this whole fucking project off with, this whole giant recording odyssey with, is just like reiterating some stuff that I said way back in the beginning. You know, I did talk some about how Monarch of Monsters really did change my life. And yeah, I mean, it did. You know, if we want to talk about like impact on my life, I'd say that Two Kinds kind of ekes out Violet's work, just because like I met most of my friends thanks to that comic. But I also can't understate how important this album is to me. There's a person up ahead. I guess I'm turning around. Let's not completely derail my train of thought here, and let's say like, yeah, when I discovered Monarch of Monsters back in 2024, it didn't make much of a mark on me at first, but obviously I was quite intrigued by the project, especially as I like, you know, looked into Violet and her work a bit more. Like, I'm going into this as, first of all, a cis guy. Second of all, largely a prog rock metal fan who's kind of looking to expand their horizons. You know, I had gotten into like Ethel Cain is the big one. Was Goodnight Hypnopump 24 or 25? Fuck, I don't remember. I think it was 25. I think it was 25. So, no stomach book back then. Not for me. But, you know, I was still kind of in my lane. I just had these little bits of branching out that I was doing, trying to expand my musical tastes. And so, you know, when I heard this giant dark prog rock epic and then clicked on Violet Pony's, you know, little YouTube profile and saw that her prior release was Girls Who Are Wizards, I was very intrigued. And so I listened to the album more. And like, I don't know, it was all a gradual thing. I don't know if there was so it was all a gradual thing. I don't know if there was a single moment that I could point to and say, this is where it all turned, this is where it all happened. But I do remember a specific moment. It was when I was still writing my Albums of 2024 review, I'm pretty sure. And I was still kind of going back and forth between naming Monarch of Monsters or Charcoal Grace as my album of the year that year. And I can't remember if it was Sludge or the Wallflower Equation. It was one of those two that I was listening to while I was working at my delivery job. So I was in the van with a nice speaker setup. And I'm just listening to this fucking musical mastery, and I just had the thought, okay, no, this has got to be the one. So, yeah, and that's how that happened. It was my favorite album of that year. And I just kept fucking listening to it, and I kept listening to Violet's work, and I kept falling more and more in love with Monarch of Monsters. And I kept going back to Violet's prior work and going, wow, I didn't know I loved this sound, but now I do. It was like primarily Paradise Valley and Cannibals Notebook that really did that, because like, you know, Cutie Marks and Girls Who Are Wizards, I wasn't a fan of that type of music, but I was aware of that sound. I was aware of music that kind of sounded like that. Paradise Valley and Canover's Notebook has a lot of music that I had never heard before. I'd never heard anything like it. And it just like tapped into some part of my brain. There are multiple songs on those two records that I fucking adore and have made me feel things that I have never felt listening to music before. The same thing with Monarch of Monsters. I talked about it a little bit, but there was that most recent experience that I had listening to the album while on a walk, stewing in some pretty bad thoughts, and the really intense emotional experience that I had was not like solely because of the album. Again, I'm mentally ill, and there was a lot of stuff going on. There always is, but listening to the album in that space and really feeling the atmosphere of this work of art more profoundly than I ever had before did contribute a little bit. Because I talked a little bit about how people have had far more powerful experiences with this album than I ever did, and I maintain that, but I guess I kind of got there at that time. Yeah, I don't know, I haven't had the intense visceral reactions that other people have had, especially the songs like Cuckoo Princess. But I don't know, I just hold this album very, very dear to me, even just as a singular piece of art divorced from the impact it had on my life. I've never experienced a piece of art that so profoundly speaks on so many of the things that I've felt throughout my life. The depression started around 7th, 8th grade, but for all intents and purposes, my life started there. Maybe that's not an accurate reflection, but it's where my conscious life started, basically. And yeah, just all these ideas of self-loathing, the damage it does to you, the particular things that it makes you think, the thought patterns that my depression has made me accustomed to, being reflected and displayed so plainly in a piece of work that is also just so musically adept and so good at capturing what those emotions feel like as you're feeling them and sound like in your head. It's something I've never seen replicated before. The closest I can really think of is Arches, which I mentioned previously. Arches is also very good at displaying the headspace of depression, but I don't know, there's just something about Monarch of Monsters that, obviously it has its own approach to it, and I guess I just kind of prefer that approach a little bit. I love both stories, but, Monarch of Monsters is my favorite piece of art. And yeah, discovering Violet's work, I just completely changed my perspective on music, on art in general. I guess I don't know if I've connected these two things, really. Maybe I have at some point. But it was a couple years, I think, after I had stopped listening to EFAP when I discovered Violet. So I was at the point where I was disconnecting from the, like, objectivity doctrine or whatever the fuck. But, you know, when you, like, find yourself moving away from certain belief systems or ways of thinking, it does kind of leave a gap. And I was finding ways to fill that gap. Still kind of am to an extent, but obviously the gap was much wider back before I discovered Violet's work. And her work isn't the singular reason why I have the beliefs about art that I do today, but they certainly contributed. Like one of the main problems that I have with EFAP's model is that it just doesn't really account for, like, the indescribable, I guess. You know, I can put into words in a lot of ways why Monarch of Monsters affects me so profoundly. But I guess that's just it, right? Like, the analysis that I saw from EFAP is so depersonalized. Like, they'll throw in personalized things and they'll even say, like, yeah, I had these subjective feelings about this piece of art. And going to say that, like, yeah, but maybe the, like, stuff in the work supports that, or maybe it doesn't, you know. But the bulk of what they do is very depersonalized. It's trying to, like, take a quote-unquote objective look at this piece of art, which isn't possible, you know. And they acknowledge that too and go, oh, well, we're doing the best we can. Or maybe that was just, like, how I reconciled their whole system with, you know, my understanding that a objective point of view is not something humans can do. I don't know. Either way, like, you can look at Monarch of Monsters from an objective standard. I think it holds up. But also, I don't know fucking shit about music theory. So all I can really talk about is why I think it is so great from my own perspective, and support that with the profound impact that it's had on me and the ways that I have connected all of its themes and ideas together. And I just think that's so much more interesting and enlightening than whatever the hell I was listening to on EFAP. Like, hearing about Roux' ideas about what these songs mean and the impact that they had on her specifically is so much more interesting than anything that happened on EFAP. And just, like, listening to Violet's work, pieces of art that I wouldn't have given the time of day, like maybe even a year prior to listening to it, and feeling emotions that I can't adequately, like, explain or put into words, kind of, like, dispels a lot of the thinking that you know, EFAP instilled into me. And just, like, you know, content creators like that were largely responsible for how I viewed art and, in some respects, the world back then. But they weren't the sole contributor. You know, they were a larger part of this idea that, you know, reality is something you can always quantify and understand. It's just a matter of time before we all have a perfect objective understanding of reality, and it is better if we reach that point as quickly as possible, you know? That's not the case. We're never going to have an objective view of reality. We're all subjective beings experiencing reality subjectively. I would have loved to pull out that sample from the beginning of Third Eye right now, but I don't remember it. Lamau. So yeah, I just have this different way of looking at art now. Mainly like, you know, again, it's something they acknowledge but don't focus on. This idea of like, well, what does this piece of art have to say about life, the world? It's something you can't like grapple with all that much when you're trying to take this like perfectly neutral, perfectly objective stance. When you're trying not to be political, you just can't fully contend with the purpose of art. You know, art is about life, and life is politics, and art is often about very uncomfortable, very touchy subjects. That's what makes it great. You know, art is encapsulating the things that we don't touch either because they're too uncomfortable or because we just don't have that adequate language to contend with it. Art can like speak the words that we've wanted to speak but didn't know how because we didn't know what words to use. And then we listen to something like Monarch of Monsters and go, yes, that's it. That's what I've wanted to say for years, but just didn't know how to. I've heard it in this song, in this album. You know, you don't get anything like that from any of these like right-wing objective critiquers. And hearing about those moments from people, those moments when they heard something in this piece of work that they can't get from anywhere else, and that spoke to them on a deep level. That's not something you get from any of them. They won't allow themselves to open themselves up to the possibility of that ever happening to them, because that would require vulnerability. That would require opening up a little and saying, wow, I didn't know how to say this. I was like so ignorant and naive that I had to have this, like, explain this to me. Right? Again, like, you know, Violet Pony's art isn't like the sole thing that has caused this greater focus of mine on opening up and on being vulnerable and allowing not only art but just life in general to, you know, lay me out a little bit, to hurt me. But it was a part of it, because I did have to open myself up a little bit to even experience Violet's work and all that it had to offer. Again, there was a large chunk of my life where I would have just written off everything that she's done just on the basis of aesthetics, basically. I would have, you know, looked at the cover of Girls Who Are Wizards, say, what the fuck is this gay shit, and not give it the time of day. But I don't know, Facing Oblivion to Become the Lodestar is one of the best songs she's ever written. I would have done myself a disservice by writing it off just on that fact alone. But in order to engage with her work, having, you know, some of those, I don't know, what would you call them, reservations in my mind, I did have to open myself up a little bit. I had to take even the smallest of risks. It really isn't much of a risk, you know, listening to an album, but it does require some emotional vulnerability, some like acceptance of the fact that this might do something to you that you're not ready for. And that can be a little bit scary. That's another one of the great things about art. It's risk without any like real risk, right? It allows you to engage with things, to experience things without like the possibility of long-lasting real-world harm. And if ever art does like profoundly affect you in the long term, it's usually like a good thing. In a recording that I did yesterday, in fact, I talk about I Saw the TV Glow, and about how that movie still fucking scares me. That sounds like a bad thing, but it's not. Because thematic spoilers for I Saw the TV Glow, I guess. Go watch the fucking movie. the reason that that movie scares me so fucking much is because it's about stagnation, basically. It's warning you against letting your life pass without ever discovering yourself, without ever opening yourself up, without ever allowing yourself to feel these really uncomfortable, scary feelings, and potentially coming out the other side a different person, but probably a happier person. I think her name is Owen. I'm not gonna pretend to remember the names. You know, the main character's whole thing is that she doesn't allow herself to, you know, completely engage with the possibility that maybe she's not who she thinks she is, because it's a very uncomfortable reality, but she's fucking miserable because of it. The idea of becoming that character scares the shit out of me. Like, legit, that movie is part of the reason why I transitioned, am still transitioning. That movie is part of the reason why I have set a deadline for myself now. Before a certain time this year, I am going to set up an appointment to start HRT. I am going to do that because I do not want to end up like that character in that movie. I don't want to deny myself happiness just because it's a little bit uncomfortable. You know, I say the movie scares me, but it scares me in a way that is pushing me to change my life for the better. That's the power of art. And it's a power that I wouldn't really realize without works of art like Violet's. And, you know, like, I wouldn't be here yammering on about this stuff if it weren't for Violet's work. Maybe it'd look a different way, but my life is on the course that it is because in 2024, I listened to an album called Monarch of Monsters, and I thought it was pretty fucking good. It's really a shame that I have a bit more to say, because that would be probably the best closing statement I could ask for for this whole video. Whoops. I mean, it's not a lot more. It's just like, you know, again, there's a whole multitude of reasons why I was a man and now I'm a woman. There's a lot of like pieces of art that made me think about my own identity. There's a lot of people that made me think about my own identity. There's a lot of things that have happened in my life and feelings that I've been feeling these past several months that have made me come to the conclusion that I am in fact a woman. But, you know, Violet's music is in there. And, you know, trans artists like her and my like admiration and connection to them are a small reason why I figured, you know, maybe there's something else going on. Yeah, I do say that with confidence, and I maintain my confidence. It would just be difficult for me to point to like specific like examples or connections I made, I guess. So I don't know, maybe another time that'll come up. Maybe I'll do what I did with Two Kinds yesterday and like go back and look. I mean, you know, now with hindsight, I'm seeing like, you know, gender stuff everywhere. If I look through Monarch of Monsters with that lens specifically, it'd be pretty easy, especially since it's a work of art made by a trans creator. Yeah, at the moment, I don't know how much else there is to say. I figured I'd say my little piece wrapping up this whole huge thing and just give the final statement of like, and also this album affected me so profoundly that it's kind of a no-brainer that it's my favorite album ever. No piece of music has changed my life and my mind the way that this one has, as of now at least. I'm willing to accept that maybe there will be a piece of music that comes along in the future that has equal, if not greater, impact on me. In fact, I kind of hope that's the case, because it means I have another banger to listen to. But at this point, I I even say this in actually it was my 2025 review, where I say something like, once I came to terms with the personal impact that Love and Pony Step was having on me, it was just kind of over for everything else that came out that year. Love and Pony Step was securing its spot as my number one, and it's kind of what happened here. Monarch of Monsters is always going to have a place in my heart, because it changed the course of my life. Even, like 30 years down the line, when I'm far removed from this period of my life, and maybe even far removed from the period of my life where like Violet is my favorite artist and Monarch of Monsters is my favorite album, I can look back and see that 30 years back along the tracks, there was a divide that I came upon, and this album sent me one way, and I've been on that path ever since. You know what I'm saying? I guess there was the point that I wanted to make. I was brainstorming what I was going to say in this recording prior to it. Just the reminders that Violet has given me with her lyrics and stuff, I've really tried to take up the attitude of being gentle with myself, primarily because it's so difficult for me to do. It's like my instinct in moments of distress to lay into myself. But I know I can't do that. Probably heard why I stopped the recording just there. So this I guess this recording has 2 features now. Wowee! I don't know that person. I've never seen them before in my life. Maybe I'll have to go back and ask him how to credit him. Okay, anyway, the mental health affirmations. Violet's sure done that for me, and it's like genuinely helped reinforce the things that I need to do in order to be more mentally healthy. And, Monarch of Monsters and Love and Pony Step are the obvious ones for that, but, Good Grief off of Ken Oper's Notebook genuinely changed the way that I look at life, and I'm trying to live by that attitude a lot more now. Just this idea of taking pleasure in, the small things, taking pleasure in fucking anything, basically. Because joy is rebellion, in a sense. With the world being as fucking horrible and miserable as it is in some sense rebellion against the systems that make the world that way, to find joy regardless and to be happy regardless. Don't pull wool over your eyes to try to comfort yourself because we have a fight to win, but I don't know. It's a really lovely night tonight. I can just walk out here in my short sleeves and shorts, and I'm not sweating my ass off, and I'm not shivering in my timbers. Isn't that lovely? And I don't know, my neighborhood ain't anything exciting, but I've never had to fear walking around it. There's some nice spots. Sometimes the traffic is really fucking obnoxious, but it could be worse. There's a gas station, not far from my place, that I sometimes walk to just grab some treats that, frankly, if I were being financially frugal, I wouldn't get. But I have a pretty cozy little job, so I can afford to do those things. And I love music, and I love my friends, and isn't it great to feel happiness? I don't know, like, I remember there was a point in one of my prior recordings when talking about Violet Pony, I'm pretty sure, where I said, like, I never used to get this passionate about stuff because I was so depressed. You can hear me. I get a little choked up thinking about it because it was a pretty profound realization that, like, wow, yeah, I can, like, be happy now. I could laugh and smile back when I was depressed, but I wasn't happy. I don't think, well, okay, no, I'm not going to simplify. I'm not going to dumb down the experience of depression. You can experience happiness while you're depressed. Maybe you can even, in some sense, be happy. My experience is that I don't think I was happy for any extended period of time back then. Just all my emotions were, like, nullified, basically. Pushed down. And it's only these past couple of years when I've been able to, like, experience life, you know? It's only recently that I've, like, gone out and made friends because I'm willing to take those little risks and open myself up a little bit. It's only recently that I'm exposing myself to new music and art because I want to experience new things and I want to be challenged. It's only recently that I can, like, look at the small things and appreciate them and look on the bright side of things instead of finding the negatives and fucking everything to enforce this, like, these dark emotions always fucking brewing inside of me that are constantly seeking to validate themselves because it sounds a little silly, but because they know deep down that they have no purpose. You know, I do that a lot. I personify depression, even though it's not like a sapient thing. It's a mental illness, but it acts with such, like, seeming intentionality that, you know, it could seem like a person, and I find that personifying it just helps me to better understand and contend with it. You know, that kind of stuff I wouldn't have been able to do a few years ago. But I don't know, I'm better now. I'm, like, kind of doing okay. Shit kind of sucks too, in a lot of ways. There's still stuff I'm struggling with, but again, you know, I'm better, at least. And, you know, don't bother striving for perfection. Just strive for better. And things can get better even if in small ways. And I think with that, while I'm standing here in front of my apartment, I'm gonna finally close this. If you made it this far, holy shit. Like, thank you so much. If you're listening to these words right now, thank you so fucking much. I do this largely for my own sake because I have thoughts that I just want to get out and talk about. But, you know, I kind of want my words to be heard. Otherwise, I wouldn't put it up on YouTube. So if you cared enough to, like, listen to what is going to be over 6 hours of me yapping and 5.5 hours of another really cool person yapping, then, like, seriously, thank you. I wish I had more to say, but then again, I've probably said enough, haven't I? I'll ask Roux if she wants me to plug anything, and if you want to see those plugs, they'll be in the description. If there's nothing there, then, oh well. Maybe she'll be back on the show sometime, but I don't know. You know where to find me. Take care of yourself, y'all. And, yeah, I think that's about it.